Broadband is the lifeblood of our connected world. This $365 billion market is growing even faster than mobile. Yet, like a body, the global broadband market must be cared for and nurtured. Roadblocks to achieving a connected and interconnected world include addressing inequality of broadband access, developing impactful regulation and policy, ensuring sustainable service provider ROI, enabling vertical industry innovation, delivering end-to-end experience, and building a future-proof network. To clear the path to a stronger future, we formed the World Broadband Association, or WBBA. The WBBA is an independent association providing leadership for the global broadband industry. We advocate for the industry by producing global research and events, tackling broadband challenges with a collective voice, and communicating clear industry development milestones. But we can't do it alone. Our success hinges on a global collaboration of industry professionals from a diverse range of businesses. When you become a member of the WBBA, you join the best minds and also shape the development of the industry. Subscribe to our monthly email newsletter, download the latest industry report, attend one of our upcoming events, and become a WBBA member and add your voice to ours. Connecting the world by bringing the benefit of broadband to all.
Good afternoon, esteemed colleagues, and welcome to the 2023 Broadband Development Congress, brought to you by the World Broadband Association. My name is Mark Oliver. I'm Vice President of Consulting at Omdia, and we are the research and consulting arm of Informa Tech, and we're very proud to be a strategic partner to the World Broadband Association. Now, just to provide a little context for you who may be less familiar with the WBBA, but the WBBA was established in July 2021 with the goal of driving and addressing digital inequalities through initiatives that drive promotion, advocacy, and education. And very much the goal of the World Broadband Association is to close that digital divide, and it does so by taking on a position of industry development, which you can see on the diagram on the left-hand side of the screen here. And it does that by working in complementary fashion with the more technically focused standards organizations, but also working in cooperation with and influencing the policymakers. And in order to effectively drive industry development, the World Broadband Association brings together the whole ecosystem of the broadband world, from operators and vendors to regulators, policymakers, and the important end users from the demand side of our industry. The World Broadband Association's membership has now reached over 50 organizations, and it is truly global in its representation, with each continent being represented. We also extend our reach at our events like this and our working group research by having contributions from international organizations, including the ITU and the World Economic Forum, both of whom we will welcome on stage today. Those members join together to create a collective force for the broadband industry, a collective force that defines, designs, and drives forward new business opportunities, who shape opinion on the most critical matters affecting the broadband industry, as evidenced by the topics that the working groups of the World Broadband Association focus on. The World Broadband Association ultimately strives to connect the world by bringing the benefit of broadband to all. And for those of you in our audience who are not already members, we encourage you to join us on our journey, to engage with our research on our website, and to speak to myself or one of my colleagues today, or use the contact details you see on the screen here to join us on that journey. We have a very lively agenda today of keynote speeches, fireside chats, and panel discussions, including member and non-member organizations. And you can see some of the topics that we'll be discussing together on the screen here today. And just a final point that the NetworkX Networking Drinks Party this evening is being sponsored by the World Broadband Association, and we warmly welcome and invite you to join us at that event this evening for some networking opportunity and to chat through what we're seeing and hearing today and how we can come together to help drive that industry development. In order to officially launch the 2023 Broadband Development Congress, as brought to you by the World Broadband Association, I'd now like to warmly invite onto the stage the World Broadband Association Board Chairman, Dr. Zhengmao.
Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am truly delighted to be present at the Broadband Development Congress 2023 in the vibrant city of Paris, where we gather alongside our esteemed global partners to delve into the imperative topic of how we can accelerate broadband excellence everywhere. On behalf of WBBA Board of Directors, I extend heartfelt and cordial welcome to all our distinguished guests here. Today, we are privileged to host distinguished guests from ITU and WEF, along with policymakers, operators, and vendors, as we convene to explore the global trends in cloud and broadband development. Our objective is to delve into the evolving technologies, applications, and business models within the cloud and broadband industry. On the occasion of the conference, we celebrate the first anniversary of the official registration of WBBA, which took place in Geneva in November of last year. Since then, WBBA has undergone significant enhancements in its governance structure, including the establishment of a board of directors and oversight committee earlier this year. We have organized summits across the globe, such as MWC Barcelona Seminar, MWC Shanghai Summit, and global webinars, which have all contributed to a faster open cooperation, sharing accomplishments, and promote communications and exchange within the worldwide clouds and broadband industry. These endeavors have yielded substantial achievements, and we are proud to announce that our membership has grown to more than 50 esteemed members. On behalf of WBBA Board of Directors, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the members who have made exceptional contribution to WBBA's development over the past year. WBBA was founded in response to the rapid expansion and transformation of a broadband network. Today, we witness remarkable progress in the development and construction of broadband networks, spurred by national broadband plans and surge demand for new applications. The global count of fixed broadband connection has exceeded 1.3 billion, with anticipated growth to surpass 1.6 billion by end of 2030. However, according to the data of relevant United Nations agency, there are still more than 2.5 billion people in the world who have not access to the internet. The ongoing technology innovation and the digital transformation of industries have further accelerated the evolution of broadband network. As a vital component of a digital infrastructure, broadband network serve as a critical conduit for bridging the digital divide and facilitating the exchange of information for economic and social development. According to the data from World Bank, a 10% increase in broadband penetration can drive GDP growth by 1.78%. High-speed broadband network continually provide users with faster, higher quality, and more reliable connections, as well as extensive information and computing capabilities. In various sectors such as manufacturing, government affairs, education, and trade, they support the deep integration of cloud computing, 5G, big data, artificial intelligence, security, and other technologies with the real economy, fostering the development of digital transformation across the industry. WBBA is devoted to uniting the global industrial chain and steering the future of the broadband development. We actively advocate for increased investment to fortify the broadband network infrastructure, bridging the supply and the demand sides while boosting network capacity and the penetration rate globally to ensure high-quality industry growth. Today, we are unveiling the WBBA's annual flagship report, which evaluates the global broadband and cloud access, application, and potential. This report offers valuable guidance for nations looking to invest in cloud and broadband information infrastructure and technology development. According to our reports, we acknowledge the extent of both opportunities and challenges in the global broadband industry. Firstly, broadband penetration and fiber optic penetration in some developing countries fall short of expectation, necessitating further investment in high-quality broadband network construction to establish a ubiquitous high-speed network. Secondly, the surge in network and computing energy consumption compels industry partners to explore new models of green and sustainable development, infusing green and low-carbon concepts into the entire broadband infrastructure construction and operation. Thirdly, the integration of broadband with various industries need to be enhanced. The ongoing industry digital transformation within industry is driving the migration of emerging application, enterprises production system, and a government service system to the cloud, placing greater demands on network bandwidth, latency, and reliability. Broadband network must accelerate their integration with cloud computing, AI, and other technologies to achieve unified intelligent scheduling of cloud and network, thus supporting the advance of digital economy. The pivotal missions of WBBA are to foster win-win cooperation, facilitate innovative development, and bridge the digital divide. In the future, WBBA is committed to advancing the cloud network industry in 3 fundamental areas. Number 1, our goal is to maximize the full potential of broadband to bridge the digital divide. We will achieve this by integrating resources and driving investments, thus promoting the construction of cloud and broadband infrastructure. Our efforts will unlock vast opportunities within the global cloud and broadband industry through the continuous release of industry research reports and the sharing of best practice in global cloud and broadband construction. Number 2, we will convene the world's brightest minds under the banner of cooperation and mutual benefits. WBBA will serve as a bridge among industries, creating globally interconnected development channel for cloud and networks, and establish a collaborative and innovative ecosystem. We will deepen our exchange and cooperation with international organizations such as United Nations, ITU, WEF, OECD, GSMA, and etc., and take decisive steps to address shared challenges facing humanity. Number 3, we will drive industry evolution through integrated and innovative development. We aim to accelerate the collaboration and the innovation of cloud and broadband industry, promoting the integration of standards, technology, and equipment. This will result in superior digital services offered through cloud and broadband. We will promote collaboration and innovation across different industries based on digital application, striving to enhance the widespread adoption of cloud and broadband within economic and social development. So, ladies and gentlemen, WBBA remains steadfast in its commitment to consultation, cooperation, and mutual benefits, further supporting the global broadband industry's development through international cooperation and partnership. We extend to sincere invitation to our global partners to join WBBA in our collective efforts to promote the prosperity of global cloud and broadband industry and to facilitate the high-quality development of our digital economy. Finally, I wish to express my gratitude to all of you for your attendance at this Congress and for sharing your valuable insights on the global cloud and broadband industry. Let us work together to realize the sustainable development goals proposed by the United Nations and ITU, bridge the digital divide, accelerate broadband excellence everywhere, and contribute to the advancement of the global digital economy. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Li Zhengmao, for officially opening the inaugural 2023 Broadband Development Congress. I do just want to point everybody in the direction of a flyer that should be on your seat. Please do use the QR codes there to view today's agenda, to share feedback on today's event content, to discover the World Broadband Association research. I referenced the working group activities earlier on, and you can see some of the outputs of those working group discussions and debates on the website, as well as to inquire about membership of the World Broadband Association. Now, as we begin to examine why we should be encouraging investment in broadband, I'm absolutely delighted to welcome onto stage Deputy Secretary General of the ITU, Tomas Lamanauskas.
Thank you very much, Mark, and thank you very much, Dr. Lee and Martin, Director General, for this invitation to be in the World Broadband Association's one of the annual event, let's say, or maybe the first annual event we'll see, so hopefully one of the many going forward. And it's great to hear that this was the anniversary of the incorporation of the association in Geneva, which is very close, of course, to ITU's heart as well. So really a pleasure to be here. And of course, it's a pleasure to see in engagements with you how many of the goals we share. So ITU as a UN agency for digital, and of course World Broadband Association as the industry representation for the broadband sector. And again, as we discussed, it's really great to see that broadband sector is coming together to have that representation. So still, I always reminding myself, especially speaking outside Geneva, that not always everyone knows fully about ITU. So it's not bad to always remind what ITU is. And again, so ITU is UN, United Nations Agency for Digital Technologies, and we've just celebrated 6 months ago now, celebrated 150 years of our being, and it was established those 150 years ago to deal with what was at that time was groundbreaking technology, was telegraph, and making sure that we all can communicate using that. Of course, we went very far since then. We went through the radio communications, we went through the age of satellites, through the mobile technologies as we know today, through the fiber network technologies, and so on. So today ITU does, of course, have quite a few things, but we can combine them in a few pillars. One is, of course, our work on radio communication and satellite coordination worldwide. So ITU is a place where the world comes to agree on the radio communication standards and use of the satellite orbits, as well as broader use of communications in space. The ITU is the place where the world comes together to agree on the technology standards, including fiber optic standards that are so relevant for this industry as well. But also ITU is the place where we help the world to be in the same level of digital empowerment. So everyone to come together through direct development assistance, as well as the policy and regulatory collaboration to really make sure the digital world reaches everyone. And I think that's also part of that work is, of course, is working with our industry that ensures that that delivery on the ground. And of course, ITU itself is very proud to be that unique UN agency that has not only 193 member states, all the UN member states, but also around 1,000 industry members that are closely engaged with our work. A lot of, I think, representatives of those industry members already met today here, but also we work, of course, through the industry associations such as World Broadband Association here today. So broadband, why it's important and why we need to encourage investment in it. And probably this is seems like a very obvious question in this audience, but maybe it's always good to step back and see why are we doing this? Not only for industry profits and our jobs, but maybe there's a bigger goal in that as well. So first of all, of course, pandemic, which is kind of now feels very old news, no? Like we look around, we don't feel pandemic, but we still remember it just a couple of years ago, like actually just a year ago, I think, since we all took our masks off, is show that really digital technologies and broadband is a fabric of our lives without which it's very difficult to function. It's very difficult to study, very difficult to socialize, very difficult to work, especially when we have such an unexpected effect as pandemic. But it's not only about surviving pandemic and consequences of that. It's about the broader world as we live it today. And the world that we live it today needs a lot of help to ensure that it develops and it brings prosperity to everyone. We just passed, and we are as the United Nations agency, we mark these occasions, so we just passed the midpoint for so-called Sustainable Development Agenda. So that is an agenda that was set in 2015, saying that by where the world needs to go and get by 2030. And we had in September in New York this year the SDG Summit, which assessed where we are. And the picture wasn't rosy. Only 15% of 169 targets of Sustainable Development Agenda are on track, with generally this agenda really failing. And then we're using, and more you use this word, rescuing Sustainable Development Goals, and we see digital technologies as one of the best hopes to do that. And actually, our study that we did, which we call SDG Digital Acceleration Agenda, which we released together with UNDP just before SDG Summit, says that around 70% of SDG goals and targets directly benefit from digital technologies and can be directly boosted by it. And that's why we're here. We're here because broadband is the fabric of those digital technologies and creates a platform for that. Of course, as I mentioned, delivering to every sustainable development goal, but also with a very clear evidence of direct economic impact. So, the oft-cited research that 10% increase in broadband penetration can lead to 0.7 to 1.6% GDP growth per capita. And of course, broadband is, again, the foundational element of what we increasingly call digital public infrastructure. All these elements, including from digital payments to digital identification systems to all the other elements that enable our lives as we go along. And we, again, together with the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, during the SDG Summit, launched a so-called high-impact initiative on digital public infrastructure, trying to reach at least 100 countries by 2030 to really enable citizens' digital lives with that. So broadband is important as a part of digital. However, where we are today. And as well, we see we have more and more people coming online. However, still today, the most recent statistics says there's still 2.6 billion people are offline. And that double-digit growth or the pandemic boost that we saw in bringing people online is no longer double-digit. We had 2.7 billion last year, now 2.6, and this is still better, but it's not reducing very fast. We also see that if we look at the least developed countries or low-income countries, the situation is even worse. Around 2/3 of populations in low-income countries are still offline. So that means without those all benefits that we here are taking by granted. You also, when you look at the specific groups of people, you also see that big divide there. 260 million more men than women were using internet in 2022 as well. So we have those different digital divides across income, digital divides across urban rural populations, digital divides across generations, digital divides across education, and digital divides across gender that we need to bridge, and I think, again, with industry's support. And it's not only about headline figures of being connected, because increasingly just being connected is not enough. It's important to be connected and have a connectivity that actually allow one meaningfully use the most modern services that are available through that digital pipe. So, and again, we see here the race that we have to continuously run just to stay at the same point. There's this treadmill of technology development that we also need to catch. So again, statistics show that by 2032, metaverse and video data usage is forecast to expand by 20 times. And the optical networks forecast to grow 40% in capacity per year over the next decade. So this is tremendous increase. So it's not just enough to connect people. So that's why we need to think how to bridge that gap. And of course, investments, and I think part of this discussion today is here investments in infrastructure is the key part of that. We also have one of our forums that we convene is called United Nations Broadband Commission for Sustainable Development, specifically also looks in those questions. And the most recent State of Broadband Report 2030 specifically was devoted to looking at how to enable sustainable investment in the broadband. We also had a working group on financing of broadband that worked exactly with those issues. And a few lessons from that, or a few specific insights of that, that I want to share the following. First of all, we of course need to make sure that the connectivity is defined in a way that meets today's needs. That actually the connectivity we're bringing to people are the connectivity that give them the opportunity to connect to the services they need. We also need to make sure that governments need to keep making the good business case for broadband, ensuring that broadband is not just a sidetrack, but really understood as a core investment need for the governments or for societies that the governments need to bring together. We also need to make sure that we align and incentivize different funding sources and contributors to investment. And here I think it's also great to see in this forum and around those halls today, seeing not only operators, but also investment banks and private equity funds, and as well as governments and regulators who are bringing those investments and incentivize those investments coming together. We also need to leverage traditional funding models, which are not always fully used. Still, in 2021, as per our statistics, 50% in universal service funds were not used and were not utilized. So on the one hand, we have these challenges of investment. On the other hand, we have the money lying around and being not invested. So we really need to make sure that we use that money well. And of course, we need to build network infrastructure policies to ensure that investments are sustainable, are streamlined, and are easy, including making sure that regulatory environment is truly enabling, looking at sometimes these very mundane issues like access to infrastructure, digging the trenches, access to the buildings, and civil works, and all those things that sometimes we don't want to talk from the big halls, but actually make a huge difference in actual business cases in delivering broadband. And of course, it's great to see that a number of countries and regions across the world are looking into those, with, of course, the European Union working on Gigabit Infrastructure Act as one of the key pillars of that. Next to investment, another part is, of course, equally important is demand. And we see, and that demand is really needs to drive that investment as well. The good thing is we see that demand. We see, and when we look through our studies, we see the very strong demand for connectivity. Demand for customers demanding fast and easier services and digital payments. And actually, we looked at nearly 2/3 of people in 2021 already use digital payments. So clearly a lot of people are used to that around the world. Demand for citizens from government services, but also demand from enterprises, including micro, small and medium enterprises for digital services driving their business models. So the demand is there, however, it is not always enough. Because we still have that gap, and which is called like usage gap between the infrastructure already there and the use there. So that means that we still need to incentivize. That 95, one another association statistics, 95% of the world is covered by mobile, yet 1 in 3 people covered by that mobile, who could use that connectivity are not using that. And still the usage gap remains 8 times the size of the coverage gap. So we still need to work together, not only on the supply side, investments, but also demand side on such factors as skills, affordability, local language, relevant content, to make sure that that supply is matched by demand. So what do we do? A few things, of course, from ITU side. What do we do as well from our side? And this is just a snapshot and just a few pointers to give a taster. First of all, of course, one of our core pillars is regulatory and policy collaboration, and helping regulators and policymakers around the world to craft those right policies that enable you as an industry to invest, including such aspects as our ITU Infrastructure and Connectivity Development Frameworks portal that allow experience sharing through our global symposium for regulators and other platforms. We, of course, work on the technology developments through our standards, as I mentioned. And sorry for technical terms, but this platform called ITU-T Study Group 15, so our standardization sector group, which works on a fiber optic standards and especially passive optic networks, which we estimate are used now by over 1 billion users around the world. And now we are in the 7th generation of the passive optical network standards, which now should allow 50 gigabits per second per wavelengths, upgrading from 10 gigabits per second per wavelengths from the previous generation. We're, of course, working also in this context on transport standards, as well as subsea, including WDM standards as well. And also, of course, in a key part of the equation, especially on the access side, is the spectrum. So here is also our landmark work. Like ITU is an agency, in a way, regulatory agency for the spectrum, as I mentioned already. So we always looking ahead. In June this year, the 6G Vision Framework was approved that sets the requirements for the next generation mobile broadband. Of course, we're looking at the developments in satellite connectivity, including low Earth orbit or middle Earth orbit networks, and making sure the spectrum is most effectively used. A little bit of some marketing. So then later this year in Dubai, November and December, we'll have a World Radio Conference where the world comes together every 4 years to agree on the use of the spectrum for the next 4 years and setting agenda on the further development and policy thinking in the years to come as well. So hopefully we'll see you there as well. So this is let's say, how we as an industry work to make sure that this broadband is available to the people and is used there as well. One aspect, however, before finishing, a couple of aspects before finishing I need to mention. One is partnerships. And I think here is, again, we're here in a very great setting where those, with the embodiment of how industry needs to come together to resolve those issues. But I think also just to mention that ITU is also, for us, partnerships and is our DNA and key instrument to make sure that we all together work on that agenda, bringing connectivity to all, empowering by digital means. So, of course, we're very proud of our partner to Connect Digital Coalition. Again, a few of you around this room also are members of that or contributed to that. So far, it received around 800 pledges. More than around $32 billion in value in bringing really, and all those pledges are about bringing digital empowerment to everyone, and we use those pledges to matchmake different stakeholders to really make that meaningful. We target 100 pledges by 2026. Another partnership, just to mention, is ITU and UNICEF joint initiative called GIGA that aims to connect every school and every student to the internet. So far, we mapped 2.1 million schools in nearly 140 countries, so based on understanding what is needed for school connectivity, and we connected nearly 6,000 schools in 20 countries to that. Again, this is just these examples show how we need to work together to really bring connectivity to all. So now really the final aspect, and here is our industry's wider responsibility, which is I really like that Dr. Lee also mentioned sustainability as a core tenet, and I think here we really relate. And here the ITU in the last year was really pushing what we call raising ambition of sustainability of our industry. Because, of course, a lot of times we're saying that, look, our industry really saves way more, 8 to 10 times more for others than we generate greenhouse gas emissions. But from our side, we say it's not good enough. If we're really racing to net zero, that is zero. That's not relative. So in that regard, our industry needs to really step up. In that way, ITU we're doing our own work, through our standardization work and our standards, setting pathways to reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, through our work on also Scope 3 emission measurement, through our work on energy use in telecom networks and others, through the recent report on greening digital companies that allows everyone to see where you stand in a global league of different companies as well, but also by convening people together. And this is like a last, mentioning of the partnerships here as well. So our most recent initiative is Green Digital Action Track that we're convening for COP28, and we now are proud to say we have 35 partners and growing across the industry and government sector, which idea is to really mobilize the industry around what we call breakthrough actions, where digital needs to step up to both ensure its own sustainability and help others to achieve that. So again, whoever from you or your companies will be at COP28, we hope you'll join us. Feel free to join us in the road of that. We're looking at the aspects from climate monitoring, how to better use the data, to greening the industry, specifically on Scope 3 emissions, to also such aspects as early warning systems and emergency telecommunications to make sure that in this world where increasing natural disasters are caused by climate change, our industry plays its rightful role. So it really, ladies and gentlemen, it's really a great privilege for me to be among early speakers today in this forum, to really, hopefully, to making the case, which in the audience where that case doesn't need to be made, for all of us to work together to bring broadband for all of us to work together on that, and for all of us also to recognize our bigger responsibility to the world while we're doing that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tomas, and thank you for those very compelling statistics to help us to quantify and remind ourselves of the scale of the unconnected issue that the world faces right now, but also the fact that connectivity itself alone is not enough, that connectivity needs to be driving meaningful usage and engagement. And one of the things that the World Broadband Association does is challenges the question, or tries to look at the question of the digital divide slightly differently, away from the question of the connected versus the unconnected, and start to bring in dimensions of quality and usage. We're now going to build from the why and start to examine some of the how, and specifically how we consider accelerating the construction of ultra broadband. And to discuss that with us, I'd like to welcome on stage Vice President and CMO of the optical business at Huawei, Mr. Kim Jin.
Hello, thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Kim Jin from Huawei. I'm very glad to join you today in the beautiful Paris and to talk about and promote the global broadband development. And to share with you about this topic and accelerating ultra broadband construction thread to intelligent world. As we know, today, the digitalization is a trend with high global consensus and current certainty. When we talk about the digitalization, we have to discuss about the digital economy. What is digitalization? That means is industry digital transformation. And for the digitalization, enable all of the industry to improve the productivity, to drive the global economic growth. The contribution of the digital economy to the global GDP continues to rise. According to the third report, the proportion of the digital economy in global economy increased quickly since 2015 and will up to more than 24% in 2025. Digitalization have become a common topic for more and more countries and enterprises and organizations. More than 170 countries and regions have adopted the digital strategies. Global digital transformation spending will reach $3.4 trillion by 2026. Digital technology will drive productivity from quantitative to qualitative change and gradually become the core engine of the economy development. For the fixed broadband, it's a key contributor for the digital economy. The higher the fixed broadband penetration rate and the greater the impact on the economy. According to the ITOT research, these figures is a 10% increase in fixed broadband penetration will drive 1.3% GDP growth. And from European Investment Bank Institute asserts that every doubling of FBB speeds will drive 0.3% GDP growth. And global broadband development is divided into three phases. And most of the countries have entered the phase 2 and focus on driving fixed broadband connectivity. At the same time, most of advanced countries and regions is in phase 3 that are continuously increase their investment in advanced network technologies to move to gigabits and beyond societies. Global FBB giga users have reached about 180 millions. That means that will be a huge boost to the economy. This study is from CCSA. It shows that during the fourth five-year plan in China, rapid development of gigabit optical network contributes 1.89% GDP growth every year. Based on our understanding of the global fixed broadband development, we think the video experience and intelligence is this drive the bandwidth of the fixed broadband from 100 megabits to 1 gigabits, even forward to 10 gigabits. This also means it's three phases. The first phase is we think is video driven. It's video driven. It's from 0 to 100 megabits, and another phase is from 100 megabits to 1 gigabits. This is driven by video and experience. And the third phase will be driven by these three driving forces, and from 1 gigabits move to 10 gigabits. So maybe different time and with different countries and regions, but we think the LBB development, the stage is the same, just like these three phases. So let's see the first driving force is video. We know around 10 years ago, video became key service of the broadband. According to the analysis of home traffic, the ratio of video traffic was more than 80%, and it's increased continuously. And meanwhile, video applications are developing from high-definition TV to interactive and immersive services, such as video call and AR, VR, and so on. The minimum bandwidth needs to exceed 100 megabits to support the video services, even more than 1 gigabits, because of some new video applications such as 8K class free 3D and holographic communication. Today, maybe with the rapid development of the smart home, the Wi-Fi coverage becomes the base of digital life. Lots of users are willing to pay for better Wi-Fi experience. In our focus till 2025, smart home devices will increase from around 10 to more than 150. Smart home devices moving at home require stable Wi-Fi connection. Now, home traffic is extended to the study and the bedroom and the kitchen. 8% already out of the living room. At the same time, people are always looking for the better experience. People want zero wait for 4K and 8K video services, and zero delay for XR cloud gaming, and zero delay for electronic skin and smell in the future. All of these requirements need the large bandwidth, the higher than 1 gigabit, the latency less than 10 milliseconds, and the roaming handover less than 20 milliseconds. So how to guarantee the user experience for these new applications? This is a new challenges. We think if we want to guarantee this user experience, the whole fixed broadband network, especially for the access network and the home network, need to upgrade to ensure the same experience everywhere. This year, a hot topic maybe is ChatGPT and AI large model. They changed the people's mind about the intelligence. AI will reshape this society. The reach of the life and the efficiency of work will be improved by AI. XR-based 3D cloud gaming, the bandwidth will up to 1 gigabit, and ultra-high high definition and AOI quality check, and 8K industry camera demands 7 to 8 gigabits bandwidth. So, on the other hand, in the DCI network, AI large model training creates massive data flow. A single card generates almost 10 gigabytes data during an iteration of 1 billion parameter large model training. A single AI cluster needs to support lossless interconnection of tens of thousands of cars. Moreover, for the DCI network, it's critical for computing power scheduling and data synchronization. The peak traffic of 100,000 cars will reach 80 terabits. So, a large capacity and non-blocking and reliable network is the key to unleash the computing power. The future network will evolve to DC-centric architecture and to provide 100 times capacity and deterministic connection. This is a future-oriented network architecture. We think this ultra-broadband network need to provide ubiquitous 10 gigabits access, millisecond level latency. That means maybe to home service and to enterprise service. All of these services to need 10G access. And for the latency, maybe in the city, just 1 millisecond. And different city, between the cities, the latency just less than 5 milliseconds. And in a whole country, the latency is less than 20 milliseconds. And another feature is nearly 100% throughput and high OM efficiency. By applying 50 GPON and 80G, 800G, and 800GE. That means to deploy 50 GPON to access and 100G to CO and 400G and 800G to data center and 800GE to servers. This technology is advanced, so to help achieve the network capacities. Okay, for the FBB development, we need the joint efforts from all industry partners. That means governments and regulators provide policy support, guidance, and encourage investment, and carries accelerates business innovation, and standard organization and vendors accelerate standardization of the key technology and use in the products. I call on all industry partners to work together to create a frozen ecosystem, accelerate FBB progress, unlock the value of ultra-broadband connectivity, and build a more intelligent, sustainable, and connected future for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim, and thank you for that guidance on the evolution of the network, but also for starting to bring our attention to the demand side aspects that are going to be making that network evolution absolutely mission critical. And I'm sure we'll be hearing a little bit more of that later today from our friends at the Metaverse Standards Forum in a later presentation. So we've been listening and hearing about why it is important to invest in broadband infrastructure. What we perhaps haven't addressed so far or looked at is some of the challenges in making that so, and the fact that there is a need for a collective response to overcome those challenges. I'd like now to invite onto the stage Vice President of Wireline Networks and Infrastructure at Orange, Gilles Bourdon.
Hello, everyone. So I'm very pleased to have Networks in France this year. And I'm also very pleased to have been invited by the World Broadband Association to speak to you today. Thank you. Thanks a lot. So moving to my first slide, just Orange in a glance. So well, 43.5 billion euros in revenue per year. It was in 2022. We operating in 26 countries, but we have broadband business in 17 countries from these 26 countries. And we are very proud to be #1 in Europe on FTTH. Actually, the figures here are a bit outdated. We had, this morning, we had the financial results for Q3 that were unveiled. And so, I mean, that slide requires some update for sure. So, these figures are out to date. So, Orange has a leadership in FTTH in Europe, obviously in France. In France, it's our home country. But basically, overall, we have 70 million of home passed on which we can sell FTTH offer. So, of course, it is a very huge asset for us, and it's definitely part of our strategy to deploy FTTH everywhere we can. Of course, it requires a lot of investment, and we will talk about that a bit later. We have now 15 million customers worldwide in FTTH. That's a growth of 13.5% year on year, so we are very proud of that as well. It's a tough work. It's a tough market, especially in Europe. Africa, it's a bit different because there is a lack of infrastructure in Africa. Now in Europe, we are deploying a lot of fiber, so the infrastructure still has to be worked on. But now the fight is mostly on with our competitors, and the fight is very, very strong. So as I said, we have 17 countries where we are operating broadband business. In EU, we have 8 countries, and in EMEA zone, 9 countries. And just some figures here concerning the rollout, because there are 2 different things, basically. You can sell a FTTH service on infrastructure that you don't own, but I mean, you rent it, basically. But you can also build your own infrastructure, and that's what actually we are doing in Orange. We are building our own infrastructure, our own fiber local loop, and basically in Europe, we are the first in number of fiber deployed to the customers. And you can see some figures. The peer here, it's I mean, anonymous, but probably you can figure out which one it is. So a quick footprint of the business that we are having in fiber. So here again, the figures are not a bit outdated since I mean since the new results. We are also trying to extend our footprint on the broadband market, and especially in Belgium. We acquired VOO very recently, but VOO is more classically a cable operator, and the global strategy of Orange is much to move to FTTH, even though we will deal with the cable as long as it is required, depending on our investment capabilities. We also bought Telecom Romania. We were also very present in Romania, but we wanted to extend our footprint in the broadband aspects as well as in the mobile aspects in Romania. And then we have also a deal going on in Spain. Spain is moving a lot. There's a lot of things which are moving in Spain. And we are in the move to merge with MásMóvil in Spain, but we still need to have the green light from the EU because of the competition issues that we have to solve together. So the question is, why should we encourage investment in broadband? It is almost obvious, as probably you all here, you probably are completely conscious of why it is required. First, it is a very long-term asset with recurring revenues. So that's why we are also having a strong action in fiber rollout in Europe and in Africa. There is a societal and economical impact. That's strategic infrastructure for a lot of countries. We quite sure that this is very useful for the different society where we live. It has been mentioned previously, the COVID impact and the lockdown for everyone. I mean, this was not to justify our investment in FTTH, since it was already our strategy, but obviously for this kind of situation, everyone, figured out why it is so important to have a very strong fiber infrastructure in all the countries, because basically now all the business is running on that. So that's a key asset. Fiber to the home is also a very important element in our carbon footprint. Just to mention again, compared to copper line, compared to DSL, fiber is consuming approximately 4 times less in terms of energy. So it is important for us also to shut down our copper local loop. In France, for instance, it's in 2030. By 2030, we will have removed our copper equipments. We should have removed all our copper cables, depending on the different difficulties that we can find on the field, but that the plan is there. So the key is to remove the copper because it consumes more, basically. And also, fiber, broadband, basically, is also a key element to provide convergence offers. What is convergent offer? Is when you have a customer and then you sell him a bundle of mobile and FTTH connectivity. That's very important. It's very important also to manage the churn of our customers. And it's also important to provide a consistent experience to the customer. So basically, and from the ground up, the Orange strategy on the FTTH was also to enforce this convergent offer strategy throughout the countries where we operate. So basically, FTTH, that's a pillar of our development for years. So we are definitely always in that trend, even though now the rollout of fiber is a bit, at some level now where the investment will slow down a bit, and maybe more than a bit, actually, because it costs a lot of money, but it is still the core of our strategy. But anyway, in Europe, we have a very particular situation. The European context is not friendly at all for investment, let's be clear. We have, fortunately, we have Thierry Breton, who is the Minister of Economics for the EU, that said a few days ago that the European regulation has to evolve and to change its DNA. I totally agree, because the current DNA is just toxic. So we definitely have to move things. The level of competition in Europe is very, very strong. We have a lot of competition on local markets, meaning that also the different layers of regulation, on the local regulation, and on top of that, the EU regulation, makes actually local markets in which we have a strong competition, meaning that in France, you have 4 major competitors, meaning that in Spain, it is the same situation. And in all the countries, and each time you want to, make some revenue, it's very difficult because the competition is so strong that it's very difficult. We have low prices, even though we are deploying very performant infrastructure, so we have a high performance for a very low price. I will see you some figures afterwards. So at the end, we have low revenues, meaning that we have low margins. At least we could expect to have more margins. We are still happy with the margin that we got, but it's not, we can expect more, definitely. We can expect more, and it is required if we want to invest, because with no revenues, there are no investments. So this is something that has to be understood. When I hear sometimes people complaining about the pace of investment and deployment of the fiber in the different countries in the world where we operate, okay, let's remind everyone that when we invest, it's because we have revenues. If you don't have the revenues that you expect, that you will manage the pace, the pace at which you will deploy the fiber, especially. So we need to increase the rentability. Definitely. Increasing the rentability can be done by 2 means. Either you increase the revenue or you reduce the cost. Usually what we do both. We want to increase the revenues and to decrease the costs. That's the way to success, basically. So some figures, very interesting figures. Thanks to Omdia to allow me to share this picture of AT&T. A picture of AT&T with the consumer broadband tariffs in July 2023. So as you can see, the prices, depending on the bandwidth which is sold, it's quite exponential, linear tending to exponential curve. And then we have the FTTH tariffs in France. And then you can see that it's much more difficult for us to monetize and to make value just based on the bandwidth we sell to the customer. It's very, very difficult. We are more on a logarithmic curve. So, of course, multi-gigabit subscription is a way to offer premium offers. That's what we do. That's the way we market the things, and as all our competitors are doing. That's the regular way to do that. We did that from the very beginning, since we were selling internet offer based on a 56K modems, and then on ADSL, VDSL, and now fiber. But at some point, at the very beginning, from the VDSL and 50K modems, Each time you increase the bandwidth, each time it's a new user experience that you offer to your customer. Now, with fiber, it's a bit more complicated because from 1 gigabit per second that you provide to your customer up to 5 gigabits, what is the difference in customer experience? It's much more difficult. So it's much more difficult to sell that as a service to the customer. So this is something that we have to work on. XGS-PON, definitely no question, that's the technology that we want to deploy everywhere. We are currently deploying this technology in France. We already deployed that in Spain, and we will do that in other countries depending on the local markets. But definitely, in terms of choice, technology choice, that's where we want to go. So, investing even in XGS-PON and maybe afterwards in 50G-PON or over, it requires some revenues. I need revenues to invest because it's not, I mean, that's important investment. The investment is mostly carried by duct pipes and fiber cables and so on, but it is also on the OLT side, the ONU and all the stuff that you put in your network. These are hundreds of millions of investment, and it must be carried by some revenues. So, will this be enough to compensate the investment? That's the question. So we have to work. We have to work on that. So how do we do now? How do we manage to make revenue on our offers? First, we sell services on top of our broadband offers. Either ADSL, VDSL, or FTTH, we are selling services on top of that, which is TV, VOD, that's music, that's security, home monitoring, a lot of services that we can sell on top of the broadband access. That's part of the package. We also now providing different levels of, I would say, SLAs to our B2C markets. We are providing installation at home. We are providing a more responsive support depending on the price, depending on different aspects, or sometimes it's just part of the premium that you pay when you are an Orange customer. It's maybe a bit more expensive, but you have a premium with that. On top of that, we are also providing extra devices to enhance the coverage in your home, basically Wi-Fi repeaters. We have our homemade Wi-Fi repeaters with our own algorithms for smart Wi-Fi, which makes this very efficient. We're also promoting Wi-Fi 6E, which is Wi-Fi and on a 6 gigahertz frequency, which makes it very, very efficient. We're also now having the new Livebox 7, which is our home gateway in France, which is capable of XGS-PON and with a 10 gig Ethernet interface on that to, I mean, if you want extra, bandwidth, extra performance with your PC or your Mac. So there's a bunch of additional devices and improvements that we want also to monetize, that we manage to monetize. Is this enough? I don't think so. It is for sure not enough, especially if the market or the industry globally is having a mindset which is we will continue to segment the industry and the marketing just with increase of bandwidth. I think that at some point it reached some kind of limit. So we have to work on that. Maybe we can propose more service dynamicity to our customers. For instance, we can maybe think about very temporary boosts in the bandwidth, maybe temporary boost on the latency. I don't know, any kind of service that we can dynamically enforce in the network, thanks to, I don't know, APIs, thanks to all the automation, thanks to all the SDAN, software-defined access network mechanism that we can enforce in our network. Thanks to all this technology, maybe with some, imagination, we can build new services and increase the revenue, and at the end, the average revenue per user or per offer. So that's a new playground on which we have to work on. So, what are the takeaways of my speech today? We have to find a way to improve ARPU. That's the deal. We cannot expect that just by changing the generation of the equipment, thanks to 50 GPON or whatever in the network, and just providing more bandwidth to the customer, it will be enough. It won't be enough. We have to work on something else. Meaning also that changing the equipments, meaning that when I change GPON equipments to XGS PON and afterwards maybe XGS PONs to 50 GPON, it's more capex. So more capex, more investment. So I need to finance this capex. So it means revenues. It's also a carbon footprint which is difficult to manage because even though we get rid of the copper local loop, even though we are able to shut down our ADSL, VDSL equipments, we are starting from a level of power consumption, which is good on FTTH, but the point is not to increase it more and more each time we change the generation of equipment. And each time you buy new equipments, each time you install new equipments, it is more carbon footprint. So we have really to be careful on that. We have to find ways to make it, I would say, carbon footprint affordable. And basically, the return on investment to find, that's what I said. This is definitely a question of investment. So I would say my request to the industry, maybe things on which we can work with the World Broadband Association as well, is to explore new playgrounds, to find innovative ways to generate value, increase ARPU. That's, for me, the key point to sustain the broadband economy. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Gilles, and thank you for, I think, the challenge, let's say, on the last slide there in terms of the need for the industry to come together through organizations like the World Broadband Association to drive collaboration, co-creation, and innovation. Now, making the case for broadband investment is made somewhat easier if we can better understand the socio-economic benefits that broadband can bring. So I'd now like to welcome on stage Head of Digital Trade and Geopolitics at the World Economic Forum, Simon Lacey.
Thank you for that, and thank you for the welcome today. It's really great to be back in this world. I accepted this invitation, which actually came from the Beijing office of the WEF, not really sort of knowing what to expect, but I have to say this is a very familiar world to me because I used to have the privilege of working for Huawei Technologies in China for 5 years, which was really a very transformative experience for me, really a great company, and I really learned a lot working for Huawei, and I also used to sort of attend events like this and meet people from the world of telecoms. And I come from the world of trade, so I've been working in the world of trade and investment policy for about 20 years, starting out in Switzerland, although I'm originally from Australia. And throughout that career of sort of 20 years working on trade issues, I've worked in many emerging markets. I spent 4 years in Indonesia, but also 5 years in China, both in Hangzhou and Shenzhen. And today I'm just going to talk to you a little bit about what the forum does, the World Economic Forum, in this very important area of bringing better quality broadband to more people, but I'm also going to talk a little bit about what I do. I'm the head of Digital Trade and Geopolitics. I'm going to talk a little bit about how what I do at the forum intersects with what you do. So let me talk a little bit about why we invest in broadband, why we should invest more in broadband. Of course, when I come up here and give this speech, I'm sort of preaching to the converted. Everybody in this room is already 100% on board with some of these messages. But I think it's good to sort of remind ourselves about why this is important. It's not just about increasing ARPU or boosting margins, but actually there's some very important reasons why the world needs more and better broadband. So here I've listed sort of 3 reasons. I tend to sort of operate by the McKinsey rule of 3. People sort of have an easier time remembering sort of 3 reasons for doing things. But there's the economic growth and job creation imperative. When I first got to Huawei, they asked me to sort of map out the company's position on a new set of trade rules that were emerging in trade agreements like the Trans-Pacific Partnership, but also free trade agreements between, say, the European Union and Japan, as well as later the renegotiation of NAFTA. And the challenge was really to sort of identify, well, what are the benefits of the digital economy and investing in all of this infrastructure? And we sort of boiled it down to sort of first and second order effects. So the first order effects come from actually making the equipment and laying the equipment, sort of installing the equipment. So this already generates a lot of economic activity, creates a lot of innovation, and brings a whole range of sort of economic benefits to those involved in those processes. But the much larger and more dispersed sort of second-order effects come from all of the sort of online and activity and value creation that are enabled by the connectivity that broadband enables. And so, we classify this as the sort of the over the top or the OTT sort of area of value creation in the digital economy. We've also seen sort of entire new industries emerge, such as cloud computing, virtual reality, but also existing industries have been either transformed or disrupted, depending on which sort of terminology you prefer. And we've seen industries like online gaming, entertainment, be completely transformed by broadband. It's really broadband that enabled bringing streaming into the home and these multi-player games and all this real-time interaction was only sort of made possible by broadband. On the social inclusion and equality front, you've seen broadband really sort of democratize the learning and the learning process, and it's made upskilling instantly possible and sort of infinitely more affordable. My wife and I, we have a 6-year-old daughter. My wife is really starting to question whether we need to even save for our daughter's university education, whether universities are even going to sort of be around in 20 years, because we've seen so much of the capability acquisition just becomes something that you can just go online and get. So again, that's a sort of fairly disruptive effect of broadband, but it's also very empowering and is also helping to sort of level the playing field and achieve greater equality. We've also seen broadband close the gap between governments and citizens, making government services more accessible to more people, taking the hassle out of interactions between citizens and their governments, and this is happening in both emerging and developed markets. And broadband has also enabled faster, sort of content-richer and cheaper channels for communication, allowing people to interact across a range of social media platforms in ways that just simply were not possible in the early days of the internet, and certainly not before the internet age. And broadband has also powered innovation and technological process, so it's thanks to advances in technologies like cloud computing, big data analytics, all powered by broadband, that we've seen rapid and impressive advances in cross-border collaborations between sort of geographically distant teams. And this is something that's been really leveraged by multinationals. Huawei was an example of this, but also companies like GE do this with their research centers in Mumbai and the United States, but also university researchers have sort of jumped at the opportunity that this presents. And broadband has also enabled new innovations in the generation and distribution of media and content creation, empowering millions of individual creators. And sort of finally, the broad uptake of generative AI that we're all seeing lately as part of the next evolution of the big data economy, something that would just not have been possible without broadband. So the benefits are fairly clear. As I said, I think we're all aware in this room of what the benefits are. So what about some of the caveats? I mean, it's not all upside. So really I don't want to dwell too much on the negative here, but I mean, adequate data privacy and cybersecurity policies need to go sort of hand in hand with the build out of broadband infrastructure, since, as we've seen, the massive amounts of data that can be moved across broadband networks can be weaponized to achieve undesirable outcomes. So, such as what we saw with the Brexit referendum and the election in 2016, the weaponization of massive amounts of data to achieve undesirable ends. Another danger that underlies the whole digital economy, and which can be exacerbated by broadband, is of course inequality. So the gap between those who can use these new tools and have access to this infrastructure and all the connectivity that it brings, those are the ones that can really benefit from the value creation that this enables, and those that can't have become increasingly left behind as the digital economy really just sort of becomes the economy. And this dynamic can be overcome again by sufficient investment in high-quality broadband that is accessible to everyone. And then finally, as society becomes more digitized, we also need to expand the tools and capabilities of governments, but also the awareness of users and the online habits of users to safeguard essential information security interests and to combat online misinformation campaigns. So let's talk a little bit about what the forum does in this space. So here I've listed again sort of 3 initiatives. So we've got the forum's Internet for All initiative, which seeks to bridge the global digital divide by advocating for universal internet access as a basic right. Now, this initiative recognises the potential economic boost from widespread connectivity, and it emphasises collaborative efforts involving governments, businesses, civil society, and international organisations. It's really sort of the typical World Economic Forum multi-stakeholder approach. The Edison Alliance is also an interesting initiative dedicated to accelerating global digital inclusion, particularly after the COVID-19 pandemic, where it really sort of drove home the importance of being connected to these digital platforms for all of us. So the Edison Alliance embraces a collaborative approach and brings together, again, the multi-stakeholders from government, business, civil society, and academia to advance the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals related to digital connectivity. And then there's public-private dialogue, which was sort of the reason that the World Economic Forum was founded back in 1971. And it also underpins the forum's sort of value proposition in the sense that the forum provides a platform for multi-stakeholder engagement. So yes, the forum is primarily funded by our corporate partners, but our corporate partners wouldn't be funding us if we didn't provide this platform for engagement with the public sector and with civil society as well. And again, the forum takes a very sort of creative, holistic approach to tackle infrastructure and regulatory challenges concerning broadband access. As I said before, I lead a team that works on digital trade and geopolitics. And what we're trying to do on the digital trade side is influence policy developments in ways that don't overly restrict international trade. So we've seen governments increasingly reaching for tools as it became apparent to government just how important the digital economy was. Government sort of stepped away from this laissez-faire, light regulatory touch approach that had been advocated by Bill Clinton and Al Gore back in the 90s, and government started to sort of intervene more heavily from a regulatory perspective in the digital economy. And this really took off sort of after 2010. And what we're trying to do in our digital trade policy work is to not to stop governments from intervening in the digital economy, because this has to be regulated, but to encourage them to do so in a way that doesn't overly restrict trade. So if you take the 5G bans that were imposed on Huawei in many countries, for many that was viewed as sort of an example of regulatory overreach, of sort of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. There are ways to achieve cybersecurity, but to keep markets open for all players, and that's really the approach that we're taking at the forum on a whole range of issues. So things like data localization, restrictions on cross-border data flows, the mandatory disclosure of source code and algorithms, the adoption of encryption technologies to stop governments from imposing overly trade restrictive policies in order to achieve what are, of course, essential and very legitimate public policy objectives. In the geopolitics agenda, it's really about trying to return the world to a level of predictability and certainty that we enjoyed sort of before the sort of heightening of trade tensions which happened in sort of the second half of the 2010s. What we're hearing from a lot of our partners is that it's just becoming increasingly unpredictable to do business in many markets. It's not just about Chinese companies in the US or US companies in China, but the geopolitical tensions that we've experienced an uptick in are just making business a lot more unpredictable for many companies in many countries. And so our work there is to sort of try and use public-private dialogue to restore some predictability and to stop these tensions from sort of spiraling out of control and leading us all down a very dark path. I mean, I think the view of the forum is that strategic rivalry between great powers is inevitable. If you remember back to the days of the Soviet Union, the strategic rivalry in advanced technologies between the United States and the Soviet Union really created a lot of positive externalities for the world. Think about all the new technologies that came out of the space race, and if the rivalries between great powers such as the US and China can also be managed, they can ultimately prove beneficial for humanity, particularly in areas such as quantum computing and AI, where we're just starting to we're just on the cusp of some of the many benefits that can be unleashed by these new technologies. So it's about containing perfectly natural sort of rivalries and stopping them from spinning out of control, and also stopping them from causing a shutdown of the global economy. So arresting this process of deglobalization that we've been seeing since the second half of the 2010s. So the case for action is sort of really now we have to stop the digital divide from growing any further, both within countries but also between countries, and that only happens with sufficient investment in infrastructure and an enabling policy environment that allows for those making these big capex outlays to get a return on their investments. Governments have a role to play here in reducing the risk premium or reducing the risk and allowing the needed investments to be made with a minimum of regulatory certainty and predictability. There are many ways in which digital technologies can be harnessed to help achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Our speaker from the ITU referred to these this morning, but for that to happen, it again comes down to the enabling broadband infrastructure, which has to be paid for, has to be built. And finally, we need to allow broadband to play its fundamental role of enabling the technological breakthroughs of both today and the future, whether it's artificial intelligence, quantum computing, or as yet undiscovered digital technologies that will require broadband for their development and dissemination. So I will stop there and say thank you. Happy to take questions after, and I hope to see you all at the 7 p.m. drinks and networking event this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Simon. I was particularly taken by the three pillars that Simon outlined there of economic growth, social inclusion, and technology innovation, because I think our next speaker will help us to examine some of those benefits and caveats in practice. The city of Westminster, it's not just the Houses of Parliament, it's not just Buckingham Palace, it's a complex municipality. And that means that there are challenges in investments, but also means that there is a need to educate and enable the citizens in accessing the benefits that connectivity can bring. So to talk us through some of those challenges and initiatives, I'd like to welcome on stage Head of Smart City at Westminster City Council, David Wilkins.
Thank you, Mark, for that introduction, and thank you to the WBBA for allowing me to come here and speak today. So, like Mark introduced me, I'm David Wilkins, and I head up the Smart City team at Westminster City Council. And I'm going to give you a glimpse into my 8-year career at Westminster and provide the city perspective about why you should invest in infrastructure in your city. So, like Mark said, Westminster is more than just the Houses of Parliament, Big Ben, and Buckingham Palace. It's probably best visualized via a childhood game, and many may have played it as adults. The game is Monopoly, and Monopoly is home to all of the stops are in Westminster, except for the stations and the bottom row of the board. But Westminster, I've included a few stats up on the screen, but if the 8 square miles of Westminster were a country, it would be the 85th largest country in the world by GDP, just ahead of Serbia. And it's really significant to the UK economy. It collects 8% of the UK's business rates revenue. But despite this, we have huge levels of inequality within our city. So a short walk between Hyde Park and Church Street, we see life expectancies reduced by 10 years, and we have 1 in 4 children within Westminster live in poverty. And these challenges that Westminster faces is a reason why we need to invest heavily in broadband infrastructure, because it plays a key role in addressing inequality. So I said I'd talk a little bit about my career at Westminster, and up on the screen here is the kind of super fast broadband availability statistics when I joined Westminster. As you can see, we're significantly lower than London, England, Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland. So I remember when I joined Westminster, I remember looking at broadband reports, and there was one that kind of has stuck with me all this time, and that was by Grant Shapps, and it was cleverly named Broadbad. And Westminster placed 638 out of 650 parliamentary constituencies for super-fast broadband availability. And I can remember looking above us on the league table, and we'd have parts of the UK like Snowdonia. And for those of you who don't know, that's where one of the tallest mountains in Wales is. But what's even more interesting is where that poor connectivity actually is. So I've included a couple of maps up here. So the blue on the map on the left demonstrates the locations where broadband speeds are below 10 megabits per second. And on the right, I've included where the highest concentration of Westminster's businesses are. So as you can see, there's a really strong correlation between where we collect a significant proportion of UK business rates and where there's kind of poor quality broadband. Obviously, those that can afford kind of lease lines, there will be connectivity solutions, but the vast majority of businesses in Westminster are micro businesses, so they really struggle to kind of get connected. And we felt it was really important to kind of understand what that actually means for businesses. So we looked at the benefits realized through kind of a BDUK Super Connected Cities program. And this is where you provided vouchers to small businesses and see how that kind of transforms their kind of profitability. And this basically looks at, if we were to correct for the 66% of firms operating in sub 30 megabits and sub 36 megabits area, we'd see 16,000 jobs created. We'd see an additional £800 million worth of GVA into Westminster. And just to bring kind of the story to life of what this means for businesses, when I started this journey, we had businesses cycling around Westminster and transferring data via bicycle and hard drives instead of via the broadband infrastructure. And this is not acceptable in kind of a world-class city like Westminster. So to address that, we developed we set about to kind of create the right conditions for the market to invest in infrastructure. So we wrote a funding application to the European Regional Development Fund to provide capital investment to support firms get connected to gigabit-capable connectivity. So we secured 2.8 million, and we provided £2,000 towards the capital costs of connections. But we didn't just do that. We also worked across the council to look at how we can improve and support kind of the permitting process, the wayleave process, all those kind of things that can sometimes get in the way of broadband infrastructure deployment. So these schemes together have really helped us to kind of address this really poor statistic. So this is kind of the economic impact that we've seen. So through this scheme, we connected 847 businesses. And as you can see from the map, the majority of them are centered and located in the areas where I showed before, where there was the poorest level of connectivity. And as part of our analysis of this scheme, we interviewed the businesses post-connection. And these are some of the results that we saw. So the firms that were connected saw a 2.2% increase in turnover, and that equates to around a first-year growth in turnover of around 980 million. And we also saw kind of productivity increases and savings of around 8.1%. And the benefit to cost of this scheme was around 200, which is a significant kind of return on investment. But the benefits didn't stop there. So we also looked at how this connection enabled firms to do things differently. So as you can see, many firms introduced new applications and services, adopting more kind of software as a service, VoIP. Video conferencing became more reliable for firms, which has become increasingly important post-pandemic. And we also saw more firms kind of adopting cloud hosting, but also remote monitoring. So instead of having to go out to monitor sites, they're able to do that remotely. I think others here can probably talk about the environmental benefits, but as a city, we have commitments to be net zero by 2030 as a council, but we also have ambitions to be net zero by 2040 as a city as a whole. And what we did observe from voucher recipients was there was a greater propensity for firms to work from home as a result of those improvements in connectivity. And one of the societal benefits that I just want to kind of talk a little bit about is how improved connectivity can support with labour force participation. So as part of what I've included on the screen is a quote from one of the firms that have benefited. So during lockdown, all businesses had to cease kind of operations within the city, and the improvements in broadband connectivity enabled vulnerable staff to continue working during the pandemic. So they've provided examples of pregnant women, but there's also kind of people with disabilities able to continue and participating in the workforce. So where are we now? So this is the latest data from Think Broadband about where Westminster is in relation to full fibre availability. So I think you can probably see we've flipped the league tables on their head slightly. So we are now kind of one of the most connected places in the UK. So we've gone from 638th up to around the top 10. And I think we probably attribute that to the really hard work from our broadband providers. So what we've done is create the conditions for them to invest, and they've really focused in on improving infrastructure within our city. And I'm just going to leave you with something that's really important to us in Westminster, and really pleased that it's part of a key area of the WBBA, is not necessarily just focusing on how we can increase broadband availability, improve ARPU. It's very much about how we can support people to utilize and access that infrastructure to improve their lives. So what Westminster did coming out of the pandemic was looking at interviewing our residents to actually understand what are the barriers and what are the root causes of digital exclusion. And we've developed a suite of personas that delves into those barriers, delves into the challenges that people face when getting online. So this persona bank is available online. Feel free to access it. But I've just got a few of them on the screen, but it's not all about cost. Some of the barriers are linked to skills and confidence. Some of them are around access to devices. But some of them, they need to be convinced of the benefits. They need to understand how this broadband connection will improve and enhance their lives. So what I just want to leave you with today is how can cities and broadband providers and organizations like the WBBA work together to tackle digital exclusion? So we don't just claim that we've kind of improved broadband availability. How can we actually improve people's lives in whichever way that means for people? So thank you for listening to me today. I'm now going to pass you back to Mark.
Thank you, David. Thank you for those compelling case studies, for those very tangible, very quantifiable benefits of connecting the citizens of the City of Westminster, but also the risks of exposing people to continued lack of connectivity, and the challenge there for the industry to come together to not just to deliver the connectivity, but also to empower citizens to enable and access the benefits that connectivity brings. I'd now like to welcome on stage the Deputy Director General of the Industry and Information Technology of China, Ms. Huang Xianqiong.
Dear Chairman Li Zhengmao, Deputy General Manager Jun Li, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, everyone. It's my honor to attend the 2023 WBBA Broadband Development Congress. First of all, on behalf of the Department of Information and Communication Department, Ministry of Industry and Information Technology of China, I would like to extend my warm congratulations on the convening of the conference. Broadband network, which plays an important role in stimulating efficient investment and promoting information consumption, is an important component of the new information infrastructure. President Xi Jinping attaches great importance to the construction and the development of high-speed, intelligent, agile, low-carbon, and secure information infrastructure. In recent years, China insisted on building 5G networks and the gigabit optic network moderately advanced and achieved positive results in promoting the universal service and deepening network applications. First, China has built the largest broadband networks infrastructure, including 110 gigabit cities and more than 3.1 million 5G base stations. Right now, China has gigabit connectivities in every city, can get 5G service in every country, and the broadband reaches every village. Second, the population of the high-quality broadband network has substantially accelerated. Over 590 million families use the fiber optic broadband, and the gigabit broadband users reached 139 million, nearly doubling year on year. Third, supported by the broadband network, online applications such as the online education, telemedicine, e-commerce, and live broadcast in the rural area and the remote areas are improving the lives of the China people rapidly. Ladies and gentlemen, facing the increasing pressure of the economy recovery, we should seize the new opportunity of the scientific and the technical development and the industry transformations. Cooperate to optimize the layout, the structure, the functions, and the system integration of the broadband networks, programming and continuously. First, promote regional balance through the universal service and establish an efficient, agile, and sustainable network supply system by promoting the integration of the broadband networks with big data, artificial intelligence, and other new information technologies. The second, encourage across the industry and across the enterprises technology innovations and competitions, strengthening the communications through the conference and the forums, accelerate the cultivation of the typical applications of broadband networks in the key industry, and such as the finance, the educations, and the healthcare, provide new memory for the economy and the social development. The third, open and cooperation to create a good environment for the industry development, rely on the international organizations such as the WBBA. We should enhance the exchange and the cooperations in the technologies, standards, industries, and applications continuously, share the innovation achievements and the experience, stimulate the max potentials of the broadband to benefit people all over the world and achieve common development. Ladies and gentlemen, the WBBA, which has a positive role in promoting the development of the global broadband, has built a platform for international corporations in the broadband field. I hope everyone can find the opportunity and the value of the WBBA, and I hope WBBA can make greater contributions to develop the broadband network, to share the future of the mankind. Finally, thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Huang. We'd like now to get some ministerial perspectives into the world's Broadband Association's Broadband Development Congress. The WBBA is delighted to count among its members many members from the African continent, including Telecom Egypt, Algeria Telecom, OpenServe, Gamtel, Jumia, Covalence Digital, and others. We'd now like to welcome via video the Director of Telecommunications at the Gambia Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy, Mr. Serign Modou Bah.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Broadband Development Congress 2023. First of all, I would like to thank the World Broadband Association and partners for inviting me to deliver this keynote speech or presentation. Today, I'm going to discuss with you on the title, what is the status of broadband globally today, with a specific focus on a case study from government highlighting the impact of broadband performance on a global scale, and as well identifying current challenges and bottlenecks, also proposing solutions to overcome them. For the theme this year is how we can accelerate broadband excellence everywhere. For the purpose of my presentation, the following is the content of discussion. First, we will have a light dive on the opportunities, the benefits, and the potentials of broadband in shaping our life, in transforming the way we do things. We also talk about the global broadband landscape, including facts and figures, then talk about the role of government in shaping broadband policies and the impact of these policies in the development and adoption of broadband. We will also talk about challenges and bottlenecks, propose solutions in addressing the challenges, and a way forward. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that today broadband is the cornerstone of socioeconomic development, growth, and societal transformation. Virtually every aspect of our life, we hardly do without broadband and digital solutions. As we know, broadband is a critical enabler of connectivity, meaning we can leverage on it to communicate with our families, to communicate with partners, business or otherwise, to communicate with the wider world. We can also leverage on it to do so many different things that will make our life better. Also, in terms of socioeconomic development, you know that broadband is a critical socioeconomic driver. For example, in the domain of the digital economy, government are leveraging on broadband to deliver services to the citizen in a timely manner. Services related to financial, services related to social, services related to many different areas. And also, it is creating employment in the domain of the gig economy, where everyone can work anywhere using the internet powered by broadband. Also, in terms of the platform economy, in the area of e-commerce and the like. Also, in terms of sustainable development, broadband is a critical enabler in helping countries to achieve the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, as it is useful in the area of agriculture, being it smart agriculture or precision agriculture, environmental monitoring through remote sensing, satellite imagery, and the like. Also in monitoring carbon emission and related, in the concept of digital twins, where we leverage on digital solutions to know more on our environment and respond in terms of sustainability and climate change. Equally for education, during the pandemic, broadband was very helpful in shaping how students and teachers can interact online. Because if it was not broadband enabling digital solution, learning processes or learning services could have stopped. But thanks to broadband, equally for health services, it has revolutionized this industry in the domain of telemedicine, whereby if I don't have doctors available in my jurisdiction, doctors available in other countries can use telemedicine solutions enabled by broadband to give services, and also in remote assisted surgery and the like. So broadband is the deal for socioeconomic growth, sustainability, and transformation. So talking on the global broadband landscape, as we see here, you can see different continents from Africa, the Americas, Arabs, Asia, Europe, and the world. You have seen some countries are progressing at high level, some at steady rate, some at low level. You can see also the disparities between countries, meaning there are progress in some areas, but also there are gaps in other areas and disparities. We have to work together as global community to address the gaps and also harness on the opportunity or the progress that we have made so far. In doing so, ladies and gentlemen, there is also, in terms of growth measured for fixed and mobile broadband in the world, as seen here from 2019 to 2022, for each region in the world. Some regions, they registered growth steadily, some fluctuated growth, and some, they even retard in terms of growth. So this is an indication of the broadband landscape globally and how changes are, and it will help us to measure our progress so that we can redouble our efforts to address challenges and have more rapid broadband growth. Besides that, also, similarly for mobile broadband, as seen here, we have seen the growth similar to the fixed broadband from 2019 to 2022. So when the fixed broadband and the wireless broadband aggregated in terms of overall broadband penetration, we can see that 67% of the global population are connected to broadband internet, while 33% are still not connected. And the 67% connected, they are the ones it means they are the ones using broadband within a month or three, or they are the active subscribers within a month or two. So it means we have a lot of work to do to address the unconnected. And for us to do, we have to collaborate, work together as industry players, as government, come up with policies that will address the gaps or this divide when it comes to broadband connectivity. Also, government has a very crucial role to play when it comes to shaping policies that will drive the growth and development of the broadband ecosystem. Policies including legal and regulatory framework for creating the environment, the enabling environment, and so competition, fair competition for that matter. Have policies and strategies to drive funding mechanisms and investment to mobilize resources for the deployment of broadband and broadband services to the underconnected or unconnected. Policies or strategies related to spectrum management for effective and efficient utilization of it. Policies related to digital inclusion and universal access, connecting the unconnected, net neutrality, equal treatment for all content and services, data protection and privacy to ensure trust and the protection of data and rights of individuals, those who are using the internet. Research and innovation in broadband technology and services. Besides these policies, we will also have to do case studies for 3 different countries that are taking the lead in terms of broadband and digital. One of them is South Korea, one of them is Estonia, and more recent of Malawi. We know of the Broadband Korea initiative launched in early 2000. It was aimed at connecting nearly every home in South Korea using a model based on their policies such as tax incentive, funding for network infrastructure, and PPP arrangements. And we can see from this initiative that Korea is one of the highest broadband penetration rates globally. They have it, and one of the most advanced digital countries. Similar for Estonia, we heard about the e-Estonia, where every aspect of the government is digitalized or almost digitalized. Citizens can use the internet to access those services. And also, every aspect of the development sector is also digitalized. So we can see the dividend it is yielding for the Estonians in terms of job creation and economic prospects. Recently also, the government of Malawi launched the free internet for public places a few weeks ago, aimed to enhance healthcare, education, business operation within the country. And also the expected outcome of this initiative is to boost innovation, link diplomatic corridors to their neighbors and countries they have diplomatic relations, enhance learning, research, and teaching experience. Besides these statistics, I will give a light focus for my country, the Gambia, in terms of broadband impact assessment. Before 2012, there was no submarine cable in the country. We used to depend on satellite and terrestrial link for connectivity. And by then, we see it here on the left, pre-ACE, we were having only 6 STM1s for the country. But after the launch of ACE, we leaped to 64. And now we are 1,000 STM plus for the country, although we are a small country, 2.5 million, with a literacy rate of 51% and one submarine cable. Besides the submarine cable, and we know the submarine cable from 2015 to 2022, as we see here, in terms of capacity growth, from 10 gigabits per second to 200 plus. In terms of network coverage in the core network, we have 2 important projects, ECO1 network and the broadband, national broadband network. These networks, after being deployed, plus this cable, we can see a leap in internet penetration and mobile penetration, and the cost of internet for corporate was dragged down from $80,000 in our currency to $8,000 from 2015 to date, and also offered fixed broadband increase in terms of capacity from 0.8 to 10 megabits per second. Now it is in gigabits per second. All this has brought about proliferation in adoption of services and digitalization in the country. Moving forward, in terms of global impact, we can see that there is a correlation between GDP growth, impact on an increase in 10% of fixed broadband penetration, and also for mobile. As seen here for Africa, at least 1% between 2021 and 2022, Europe and other countries. Similarly, it is also in terms of mobile broadband. So what does this tell us is the more we invest in broadband deployment and adoption, the more our GDP will be, growth will be. So we have to, now the question is, how can we raise to deploy more resilient broadband connectivity for all? Distinguished participants, we know that with all these prospects, benefits, and also opportunities, there are limitations, there are challenges and bottlenecks. And globally, the most notable challenges are infrastructure limitation. Not everyone is connected within the country. Most of our population are not digitally literate, so they are excluded in participating in the digital economy. There are global disparities. Some countries are ahead in terms of broadband, some are at the low level, and some do not even have. And in some areas, broadband is highly expensive. Citizens cannot afford it. And in some areas, ineffective business models do exist. All these limitations are limiting citizens to access essential digital services. And also in the domain of cybersecurity and data protection. Every day we heard about cyber crimes, cyber breaches, data breaches, and the like. And this is reducing the confidence level of people and also the digital courage they should have to participate in the digital economy. Distinguished participants, they say for every challenge or bottleneck, there are underlying solutions. So these are the solutions we thought if we do, we will be able to address the challenges, leapfrog, accelerate deployment, development, and adoption of broadband service. One of them is align our efforts, come together, and so we have greater broadband development. And broadband development that is resilient, roll out digital literacy programs for our citizens, Also ensure policies that are promoting digital inclusion within our countries and globally. Ensure affordability in terms of incentive, in terms of tax breaks, in terms of rationalizing investment so that citizens can afford broadband services. Global cooperation and partnership. No one can do it all, no one have it all. So it's better we cooperate and partner, share experience, share knowledge. We don't have to reinvent the wheel always. If France is having a solution that the Gambia can use, or Gambia is having a solution that France can use, they can share. This will save them costs and enhance the digital ecosystem. Also, if there are instability in markets and market failures, you need robust legal instrument and regulation mechanisms to ensure effective competition in fairer markets and stability of markets. So we should enhance our legal provisions and also our regulation mechanisms. Distinguished participants, besides those proposed solutions, I would like to propose to all of you that I thought a siloed approach does not work, but the better approach for broadband adoption, utilization, or usage is to use an ecosystem-based approach. As seen here, we should have policy strategies and legal framework, but also invest in digital infrastructure at the same time, parallelly. Digital registration skills, data and data management, digital identity, payment systems, digital payment systems, and digital financial inclusion, digital innovation and entrepreneurship, cybersecurity, digital cooperation partnership, advocacy, and the like. Also, come up with more innovative financing and business model, innovation and innovative policy and innovation policies and strategy within our country. Enhance human capital, make sure our citizens are ready for the digital economy, and also for broadband utilization and usage. As a result of those proposals or proposed solutions, besides, I will also like to call upon all of you that the only way out for us to have high-level broadband deployment and development in our country is for us to do this. Let us collaborate and partner. Let us invest and rationalize our investment, not to duplicate our efforts in terms of investment. Let us innovate and be innovative when it comes to broadband deployment and adoption, so that we can have a universal and meaningful broadband connectivity. Let us think inclusion while we are deploying broadband and digital solutions, and also sustainability issues when it comes to climate change, climate resilience, and all the sustainability matters. Let us build a more equitable and prosperous broadband world. Let us work together as industries, as government, as investors, as scientists, as researchers or academics, to have a world that is powered by digital solutions and underpinned or enabled by broadband connectivity or technologies. I would like to thank you all for the kind attention. If you will have any question, please kindly reach out to me via this address. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bah, and thank you for those calls to action and that challenge for us to continue to think collaboratively, innovatively, and to think about inclusivity and sustainability. So we have heard already today from Orange, ITU, City of Westminster Council on some of the demands driving network evolution. As whole industries undergo significant digital transformation, what does that mean for the infrastructure of the future? We will start to consider that now with Vice President of China Telecom, Dr. Li Jun.
Thank you, Mark, for the introduction. Your Excellency, Dr. Li Zhengmao, Madam Huang Xianqiong, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's my great pleasure to attend the WBBA Broadband Development Congress in Paris in this beautiful season, and to talk about the trend of the new industrialization and features of the new digital infrastructure, which plays a very important supporting role with cloud network convergence. As today's topic is how we can accelerate broadband excellence everywhere, so I'm going to share some comprehensive practices of China Telecom in my presentation and experiences for China Telecom to transform from telco to techco. About digital economy, I believe Mr. Jing discussed that from global perspective moments ago. and I would like to do it locally. We all know that global economic recovery is full of turns and twists during the post-pandemic, but we all know that digital economy shows great vitality and becomes an important booster for economic development. Take China, for instance. In the past 5 years, the digital economy scored a compound annual growth rate of 15.1%, driving the GDP significantly. In 2022, the digital economy of China was worth $7.2 trillion US, accounting for 41% of the GDP. The digital economy's penetration rate for the secondary industry currently stands at 24%. According to research, every 2% increase of the number will contribute to a growth of $140 billion US in GDP. So, the industrialization process in China is experiencing an unprecedented acceleration with the deep convergence of digital economy. We call it new industrialization. For new industrialization, its main features include high-tech-driven, intelligent manufacturing, open ecosystem, efficient resources and energy utilization, sustainable development. And new industrialization also brings higher demand for new digital infrastructure, such as high-speed and deterministic connection, integrated heterogeneous computing power, open platform supporting diverse application, end-to-end security protection, green transformation across the industrial chain, harmonized standards and protocols for IT, CT, OT sectors. Service providers, however, will embrace these specific demands as quickly as possible, will be able to take the initiative and enjoy a high-quality development with the wave of the new industrialization. To better prepare for the coming future, China Telecom is planning and developing the new digital infrastructure with the following features, putting cloud network convergence at its core. New connection, new computing power, new platform, new security, and new green transformation. For new connection, we need to provide high-speed, ubiquitous, deterministic network that covers all the segment and process of the industry chain, including all the manufacturing and management activities. And for new computing power, we need to provide integrated and diversified cloud services of general computing, intelligent computing, and supercomputing through the multi-tiered distributed architecture covering the center, the edge, and the on-site facilities. Based on these cloud network convergence foundation, it's an open and smart new platform. It's a platform that could make the abilities and resources to be virtualized and customized to provide services on demand through the open APIs to support the collaborative innovation with ecosystems from various vertical industries. Security and green transformation are crucial for sustainable development of the digital infrastructure. So for new security, we need to provide end-to-end security protection in which cloud network native security abilities are prioritized. For new green transformation, the energy consumed within these digital infrastructure should be more efficient, should be composed of green and clean energy, and to be fully manageable. I'm going to elaborate that one by one and to share progress and practices of China Telecom. For new connection, new industrial scenarios require the new connection to be further extended to higher determinism and full connectivity with characteristics like high speed, ubiquity, and high availability. On the mobile network side, China Telecom has introduced a cloud-based 5G industrial network. The infrastructure is able to support the UPF, MEC, 5GC to be running on the cloud, and also to integrate the small base station functions within the manufacturing area. The latency of that network currently reaches 4 milliseconds with a high availability of 5 nines. Its major features include high bandwidth, low latency, precise positioning, lightweight design, simplified operation. On the optical network side, we can see that China Telecom have introduced deterministic industrial PON together with cross-domain deterministic network. And it has reached the sub-millisecond level latencies and jitters to meet the stringent requirement for the data transmission both inside and outside the factory. For new computing power, we'll know that generative AI recently created a lot of influence and has great impact to the intelligent manufacturing. Based on the cloud network foundation, telco operators shall provide multi-layer resources covering the cloud, the edge, and the devices, have diversified capabilities including general computing, intelligent computing, and supercomputing, and to provide integrated services like hierarchical intelligent computing, distributed cluster training, diverse heterogeneous computing, etc. For China Telecom, we have developed an indigenous and distributed e-surfing cloud. It is right now the largest cloud among all operators globally, and the leading hybrid cloud domestically in terms of the revenue. So by the end of this June, the intelligent computing power and the general computing power have reached 4.7 EFLOPS and 3.7 EFLOPS respectively, achieving a growth rate of 62% and 19% on a year-on-year basis. We are right now constructing a pilot public intelligent computing center in Wuhu, Anhui province. It is right now it can provide integrated heterogeneous computing capabilities at scale and achieve nationwide unified scheduling of computing cluster. By end of this year, the computing power of this intelligent computing power could reach as high as 1,000 PFLOPS. For new platform, it's a smart and open industrial Internet of Things. The industry Internet platform have the characteristic like massive access, open APIs, and industrial APPs enabled. It connects various physical production facility and to provide services through its open APIs for industrial APPs to be deployed to support the intelligent manufacturing. In China Telecom, we have built such a platform with 3 digital engines, including connection engine, data engine, and business engine, and provide 3 service models, including 5G fully connectivity factory for industrial enterprises, industrial chain management for industrial parks, and industrial brain for local authorities. And all the users could get access to the platform through a unified portal and to select the customized services based on different requirements. And right now, this platform has been recognized and elevated to a national level, providing services to over 100,000 key industry enterprises with over 6,000 APPs. For new security, we all know that security has been an indispensable part of the new digital infrastructure. It needs to provide end-to-end security protection with characteristics like infrastructure native security and integrated services. For cloud network native security ability, it needs to evolve with the full life cycle of the digital infrastructure, including planning, developing, operation, to turn its security protection model from a traditional passive one to a more proactive one. In China Telecom, we have developed our own anti-DDoS platform. It's an indigenous platform developed by China Telecom. Its ability covers the whole nation and reaches out to the global IP network and provide data flow cleansing from the nearest point of presence out of its 150 security capability resources. We also adopt quantum-secured communication technology for data transmission on an end-to-end basis. For new green transformation, we'll know that the energy consumption within the data center for big data transmission, process, storage are very huge source of energy consumption. So it requires to adopt green energy and carbon reduction in a more innovative way. In other words, to be more efficient, to be more clean, to be fully manageable. In China Telecom, we have developed a first carbon-neutral data center in Qinghai province, where the POEs enter 1.2. By adopting customized CPU, DPUs, and intelligent task scheduling systems, we're able to dramatically reduce the energy consumption by 30%. What's more important is that it reached carbon neutral by its own carbon dioxide storage sinks. By collaboration with State Grid, another big company in the energy sector, we're able to make sure the electricity consumed within this data center is 100% green and is 100% traceable. In other words, we know at a certain point or at a certain time frame, the energy construction structure, whether it's coming from hydropower or wind power or solar power, we know exactly the energy consumption proportion. I would like to extend a use case, a ZTE full connectivity 5G factory. It's jointly developed, the infrastructure is jointly developed by ZTE and China Telecom. It's right now the leading 5G fully connected plant in China with over 110 5G-enabled APPs for industrial purposes. And located in Jiangsu province, the factory is designed with this philosophy: empower 5G manufacturing with 5G. So by adopting new connection, new computing power, new platform, including digital twins, AI-assisted visual inspection, 5G AGVs, secure and efficient cross-domain networks, we're able to improve the production efficiency dramatically. For example, for the base station and server production, the production efficiency has been dramatically improved by 110% and 125% compared with 3 years ago. Right now, the plant is able to produce 70,000 base station, 40,000 server per month by dramatically reduce the delivery cycle by 50%. The new industrialization will be a long journey, and the road towards new digital infrastructure along this road will be never easy. It cannot be achieved by any single hand. So that is exactly the true meaning for all of us meeting on this WBBA Broadband Development Congress to talk it in person and to discuss it, how to speed it up. For the forthcoming new digital infrastructure, we shall have vision to believe in it, have courage to embrace it, have wisdom to lead us to it, and have partners work together realizing it. And I strongly believe that the new digital infrastructure will open a new window towards the digital Silk Road of the 21st century that benefits every one of us. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to conclude my presentation with this very famous old saying worldwide. If you want to walk faster, walk alone. If you want to walk farther, walk together. Together we can, and together we will. I'm looking forward to have partnerships with all of you on this WBBA platform continuously. And I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Li Jun. Thank you for reiterating the message of partnership was absolutely part of the core mission and vision of the World Broadband Association to drive and enable cooperation, collaboration, and partnership to support the development of the broadband industry. In order to get a sense of the current state of the industry and the current scale of the global broadband market, but also to help us to identify opportunities for growth now and in the future, I'd like to welcome on stage my Omdia colleague and Senior Principal Analyst, Stephen Wilson.
Yes, hello everyone. So yes, I'm an industry analyst covering the fixed broadband market for Omdia, and the title of the presentation today is Analyzing the State of the Global Fixed Broadband Market. So this is really looking at fixed broadband from both supply and demand perspectives and trying to assess what the implications of these trends are for different stakeholders within the broadband ecosystem. So just to set the scene here, in this first slide, we talk about how there is still considerable room for growth in the global fixed broadband market. So we can see today the white dotted line, this is household penetration of home broadband, sort of within the 60% as of the end of 2022. And sort of over the last couple of years or so, we did see a boom there as a result of the pandemic, which did serve to reinforce the value of home broadband in many countries. We also note the split of technologies there. So already today, fiber, largely fiber to the home, is really dominating the global broadband landscape. And we expect that dominance to increase over time as subscribers, for example, migrate from DSL, the pink bar there, and also to an extent cable networks are migrated to fiber to the home as well. That said, we still see a role for other technologies as well. So the orange bar, you can see that is fixed wireless access. So subscriber numbers there will grow robustly over the next few years. For instance, one of the use cases there might be in rural areas in developed markets. Now, I think as you can see, we're forecasting growth in global penetration, but I think one of the roles of the WBBA is to try and help drive that global fixed broadband household penetration to as close as possible to 100%. Now, to that end, I think it's interesting to look at some success stories. So in this chart, what we have, or what we show, is that some countries have achieved much greater fixed broadband penetration than income levels would predict. So on the y-axis here, you've got average nominal GDP per capita, and on the horizontal axis, this is fixed broadband household penetration. So what does this mean? If you are to the left of the line, you are underpenetrated compared to where income levels would predict. If you are to the right of the line, you're doing better. You're doing better than trend in terms of where your fixed broadband penetration is higher than the income levels would predict. So I think it's interesting to look at some of the countries highlighted here. What are the reasons for the impressive penetration levels? So I think firstly, technology is important. So we've seen in markets like China, Vietnam, and Egypt, fiber-based networks have been rolled out to large swathes of the population. So better coverage of better quality networks is certainly a big driver for subscribers that maybe relied only on mobile before to also take up fixed broadband. So you do see in these markets when fiber was launched, there is an uptick in net additions that corresponds to that technology launch. But I think there are other things here as well. So competition is definitely a factor. So in a market like Vietnam, the policy framework has been more geared towards encouraging infrastructure competition between overlapping fiber networks. That is certainly a way and a means to sort of keep retail prices keen. But I think there are different options here as well. So in Egypt, for example, it's much more around a focus on a single network, but providing competition amongst different retail service providers on that network. But I think as well, there are some other things to think about here in terms of what you can do on a retail level. So I think the Philippines is one I would highlight. So I think in the Philippines, many of the subscribers are on fixed wireless access. And that really, I think fixed wireless there, it can deliver good flexibility. Ease of setup is important. And it can match well with prepaid fixed broadband tariffs that can accommodate the requirements of lower income households. So that's definitely part of the reason for that over penetration, if you like, in that market. I think there are other things that you can do on a retail level as well. So Turkey is an interesting example. So I think the model there has been try to keep the salience of the fixed lines, and the way of doing that has been to offer very low cost, capped fixed broadband plans, and then try to increase the ARPA over time as consumer demands and consumer traffic levels grow. So I think there are multiple answers here, multiple things that service providers and governments can look at. I also put Kenya on there as well. So I think what we see in many of the really lower income markets, sort of low thousands of US dollars nominal GDP per capita, penetration remains quite low. But in a market like Kenya, we do note that the initial rollouts, let's say fiber to the home from Safaricom, the largest mobile operator there, have been successful. So I think there are promising signs that some of those markets can increase fixed broadband household penetration considerably over the next few years. Now, I think the second trend, or another trend that we would like to highlight here, is on the supply side. So growing FTTP coverage is a global trend impacting countries in all regions. So I think there are multiple groups of countries, if you like, here. You can see the blue bar is from the start of this year, the orange bar from the start of 2020. I think you've got the leader countries where penetration or coverage of FTTP is already above 90%. And obviously you have city-states like Singapore, it's maybe a bit easier. But you can see in leading developed markets like Spain, the penetration is pushing on and above 90%. And I think a lot of that, again, is related to policy. So regulated access to ducts and poles can be important. I think the ability to deploy fiber on the facades of buildings is important. So there are lessons there for policymakers. What we also see, as I noted, this is a global phenomenon. So you can see Chile and Brazil highlighted there. Very, very strong growth in fiber to the home coverage in those markets. That is reflected, or that partly reflects, I think, in that region, a significant percentage of the population is living in urban areas, which is more favorable for fiber rollout. But it also reflects strong demand on initial deployments that can then encourage further deployments and increase the coverage more. You also have a set of countries here, like the USA, the UK and Germany, that have more traditionally been laggards in terms of fiber to the home coverage, but are now catching up. So you can see the UK has grown considerably there. And in the US, we'd expect to see, as BEAD funding starts to come through, that coverage in the US to increase considerably as well. However, there are still, I think, countries where there is room for growth. So on the right side here, we highlighted India, Kenya and Morocco. I think India kind of stands out as a market where fiber to the home coverage remains quite low. But we do see significant investment there. So the mobile operators there, Jio and Airtel, I think from their perspective, there is a sense that it might make more sense to cater to subscribers' traffic demands with basically the unlimited capacity that fibre can offer, as opposed to only serving them with cellular smartphone-only plans. So generally a positive picture. The coverage, I think the pandemic did serve to put this more on the agenda, and there's definitely been progress on a global level, but in certain cases I think there is more that can be done. Now another sort of thought here in terms of broadband excellence is around the migration to next generation PON. So coverage of fibre to the home is one thing. Another question is the share of the technologies on the PON infrastructure. And what we note here is that the migration to next generation PON will continue over the next few years. So the chart on the left side there, that is global PON OLT port shipments. This is our actuals and forecasts. And you can see the white line there. This is the 10 GPON capable technologies, whether it's XGS PON or the other variants there as well. And you can see already there is momentum there. That group of technologies is accounting for the largest proportion of OLT shipments. What we're counting there for combo PON, any combo PON line card there is counted as a 10G PON or XGS PON capable. So I think this is an interesting dynamic, but what it does obscure is that there are significant regional differences there. So we note in North America and in China the importance and the speed at which there is a migration to the 10G PON capable technologies. And I think it's interesting as well to look on the right-hand side. So this is global PON ONT and ONU port shipments. It's a little bit different on the subscriber side. You can see GPON and EPON still has the largest share of technologies, but over the forecast period, the white line, the 10G PON capable technologies will increase in importance. That will reflect increasing subscriber bandwidth demands. It will reflect falls in prices for the ONT equipment. And as operators activate let's say the XGS PON functionality on combo PON, that will also be a driver there as well. But as we noted, there are regional differences in the adoption of the 10G PON capable technologies, and that will then translate into differences in average fixed broadband speeds. So what this chart shows is the average subscribed consumer fixed broadband speed by global region, so from 2021 to 2028. The sort of yellow line at the top there, that's Oceania, Eastern and Southeastern Asia, so that includes China. And the turquoise line, which is kind of running parallel there, is North America, so largely the US. So we note that the USA and China will have considerably higher average fixed broadband speeds than in other major markets. And that itself is a reflection of the previous slide, the speed of the migration to next generation PON in those territories. And that's maybe something for policymakers to think about as well. The foundation will be there in a market like the USA for new applications that emerge that require very high performance networks. Those countries, like the US, will be in a strong position to capitalize on those going forward. So some conclusions here. The global fixed broadband market still has considerable room for growth. I think there are some success stories, most definitely, and I think that's definitely a big part of the WBBA's work, isolating those and analysing them. There are lessons to be learnt from lower income markets that have achieved higher fixed broadband penetration levels than average income levels would predict. I think there are multiple things going on there. There's no one right answer. Different competition, regulatory and competition frameworks, things that can be done on a retail tariff level. Technology choice, I think, is important as well. Secondly, the world is in the midst of an FTTP boom, which is very much global in nature, has been spurred by the pandemic, but continues today. So investment in fibre is strong in all global regions, but at the same time, as we noted, much work remains to be done to achieve full nationwide coverage in many markets, which includes some developed markets which were initially slow to deploy, but we also include some larger emerging markets in that group as well. And then finally, investment in next-generation PON infrastructure is gathering pace, as we saw, particularly so far on the OLT side, but increasingly over the next few years on the ONT side as well. But we do note there are noticeable differences between regions as well. So China and the US, I think, leading in terms of the volume of the next-generation PON deployments, the 10G capable technologies. And those differences in next-generation PON infrastructure investment will then, as we saw, contribute to substantial differences in average regional broadband speed. So those differences in regional broadband speeds will grow over time, and that is maybe something that policymakers would want to think about, what implications that might have in terms of the ability to develop applications that, or to utilize applications that might require very high bandwidths. So thank you very much for your time there. I hope you found it useful. And there you have my contact details too. So thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Not only for sharing examples of where levels of excellence exist, but beginning to touch on the why. And providing those lessons learned and sharing tangible guidance is very much a key part of the World Broadband Association working practice, to provide the industry and also its members with very clear guidance on how together we can achieve broadband excellence. And I'd just like to, as a reminder, take this opportunity to remind people about the flyers that are sitting on your seats. Do engage with the World Broadband Association, research, do share your feedback, and please, of course, if you're not already a member, do inquire about membership. We're now moving on to the section of today's agenda, which is going to examine the question of how broadband will evolve in the future. And to get us started there, I'd like to welcome on stage World Broadband Association board member and Chief Strategy Officer at Ookla, Chip Strange.
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for the privilege and opportunity to speak to you all today. The title of this is Achieving Connectivity's Promise, and what I would like to frame is perhaps a reevaluation of the way that we think about defining success and failure in the marketplace. For those of you who are not very familiar with Ookla, we are very well known for our speed test platform of QoS and QoE data collection capabilities and the insights that are produced therein. However, I think it's important to recognize that Ookla is much more than speed test these days. We have an array of different capabilities, but it's always fair to point out that that speed test is our flagship platform, of which we've achieved extraordinary success in enabling and empowering consumers to understand the nature of their connected environments. And in doing so, we have to date collected 50 billion measurements. These are measurements made by a consumer interacting with our software and hitting the go button to measure their network connectivity experience. We have 600 million app installs with 18 million measurements per day all around the world. And one of the unique differentiators about our capabilities as well is that our testing infrastructure is deployed all around the world via more than 15,000 test servers that are deployed as close to the consumer as possible, so that in our speed test methodology, we can assess the true nature of that connection. The output of that is a massive trove of quality of experience insights that span, billions of daily samples across both our fixed and mobile applications, with an array of different use cases that span traditional quality of service, of course, but also quality of experience measurements that are becoming more and more relevant in the marketplace today, because fundamentally we all spend a fair amount of time talking about speed, and Ookla is very proud to be a prominent voice in that type of dialogue. However, it's ultimately about how the consumer is interacting with the network through the applications that matter to them. That is the true measure of whether we're being successful. Another area that we continue to focus on is our incident detection capability. Now, this is a service that is supported by another consumer brand called Down Detector. And the chances are, in many countries in the world, if you were to type in either service provider or application outage, Down Detector is going to be first and foremost as a mechanism for consumers to communicate back to their service providers and certainly their content providers if there is an issue. And what we found is fascinating in that in many cases, the operators themselves, the CSPs themselves, are obviously not the ones at fault for an outage that affects a consumer or an outage that affects an enterprise. And our incident detection capabilities allow us to surface those insights so that our clients can help manage and communicate better to their users, whether they be consumers or enterprises, where the issue really lies. And finally, because of our relationship with consumers and our length in this industry, we have a great deal of share of voice with respect to communicating communicating to consumers about how to best utilize their connections and their networks, communicating to the industry via an array of different blogs, webinars, white papers, and case studies that has resulted in a 55.7% share of voice amongst Ookla's competitors. And one specific example recently that I'll reference is a case study that we just launched with the Bahrain network, which highlights some extraordinary achievement in the Kingdom of Bahrain around their deployments of fixed networks, which have now achieved 100% of businesses that are connected to fiber optic connections, 95% of residences in the kingdom with connection to fiber optic networks, and a 3.75 times increase in median fixed broadband speeds since 2020. So we published this article with BNet, and it's another example of how we maintain the share of voice that we do. So what are the outcomes of some of these different capabilities, right? So we obviously have all of our crowdsourcing information. We have controlled and drive mobile network testing capabilities that surface an array of different lower layer and chipset level KPIs about how devices are interacting with mobile networks. We have Wi-Fi network intelligence capabilities with the product line called Ekahau, which is a world-class Wi-Fi measurement and optimization capability. And then, of course, we have all of the same technologies that you understand that are surfaced through an application like speed test. Those capabilities can also be repurposed for private data collection through SDKs and embedded solutions, whether they be putting an SDK into a mobile device to collect the information privately about that particular mobile network, or integrating our embedded solutions inside of routers and other types of connected devices. The outcome of this, of course, are an array of different types of insights that can be used by CSPs, regulators, and others to understand how to improve these networks, what is the benchmark of one network versus another, that can help, of course, inform public policy decisions, which I'm quite passionate about, service disruption management, as I mentioned, and consumer engagement, which I'm going to touch on in more depth in a minute. So Ookla is very privileged to sit in the middle of the four areas of our industry which are extraordinarily important. We have the trust of the consumer. We have the services and the insights and the value that we provide the telecommunications industry itself and many of you in this room. We extend those same capabilities, although with a different flavor in some cases, to government and regulatory agencies to help build better public policy decisions. And then, of course, we provide our voice to industry and standards bodies like the WBBA, like the ITU, and others. And it's because we sit in this very privileged position that we want to ensure that we maintain an equitable balance between the interests of these different groups, but also that we know fundamentally that if we look at the marketplace holistically, we can help improve the performance of these networks and more importantly, improve the outcomes for consumers. So why does this matter to us? The speakers before me, and I'm sure speakers after, will talk about different types of measurements that are resulting in whether or not we're being successful. But I wanted to highlight a few myself that I found to be particularly important to me. So a 10% increase in mobile or fixed internet adoption can increase a country's GDP between 0.5 and 2.5%. It's an extraordinary statistic, right? And all of these statistics that I'm showing here are also provided by research firms or academic institutions or economic development institutions that Ookla is a partner with. Internet use in low-income countries remains far below that of high-income countries. Not surprising. Stephen just outlined a few of those examples before. 40% of school-aged children have access to the internet at home, with stark disparities across and within countries. And I'll point out that this statistic is available only in those countries where these numbers were reported. And I would venture to say that if we were to look at the world holistically, that number would be sadly far lower than 40%. And this one I found really interesting. Sub-Saharan Africa's terrestrial networks greatly increased speed and capacity with gradual arrival of submarine cables. For those near the networks, the probability of employment increases between 3.1 and 13.2%. So if you are near a fiber optic cable, your employment likelihood increases by up to 10%. Like, that is another extraordinary example of what the work that many of you are doing to improve employment and improve the economics around the world. And finally, 2.1 billion people worldwide use mobile networks to access health information. Again, not a surprise. And I'll end this section with a quote from Ahmed Jaber Al-Dosari, from the CEO of the Bahrain network, who stated in this case study that I mentioned before, "We've seen that there's a direct correlation between the ubiquity of broadband access and the impact on GDP. Currently, telecommunications is contributing almost 7% of Bahrain's GDP. And in addition to that, we see that broadband is a driver for all other industries." So, where are we today? Now, as I'm sure you can imagine, I could stand up here for all of my time and more talking about different sort of quality of service and quality of experience metrics around the world, but I want to frame this in a little bit different way. So this is a view of Ookla data through one of our clients, and this represents H3 hexagonal hierarchical geospatial indexing. I kind of know what that means, but I'll leave it to the geospatial data experts to, if you want to have a debate about that, I'll bring one of my colleagues along. But fundamentally, green is good, red is bad, and this shows just a high-level broadband performance that is viewed spatially. Zooming in here into France, the first thing that I'll say is that the progress that we've made as an industry globally is tremendous. And for all of the necessary aspirations around improving network performance and consumer experiences, it's always important to remind ourselves how far we've come. However, availability is obviously not universal, as I certainly know and all of you know, and the experiences are uneven. However, as mentioned in the recent white paper from this organization, the World Broadband Association, Next Generation Broadband Roadmap, the quality of broadband connections is just as important as the connection itself. So how do we achieve the promise of connectivity? I would recommend that we think about the equality of availability and the equality of experience. So we think about the marketplace from a supply side and a demand side, which is a perfectly reasonable way of assessing it. On the supply side, we have regulatory authorities that are setting expectations and providing access to right-of-ways and spectrum and infrastructure access and all sorts of other capabilities, which of course vary by nation. You know, we're tracking copper to fiber migrations. We're obviously tracking the deployments of fiber optics, and then other sorts of capabilities around Wi-Fi 6 and wireless technologies, including 5G standalone. So this is all stuff that we all do every day, and we think about this in an understandable way. However, on the demand side, we should be thinking more about experiences and not speed. And this is coming from the guy who works for the company that built speed tests. And I'm telling you all that we have to shift this mindset away from speed and into experiences. Application level reliability, consistency. Again, how is the consumer or how is the machine that's interacting with the network experiencing it through their eyes, through the applications that they're interacting with or the services that they're experiencing? So as we think about this shift from speed to experience, it's obviously a complicated suite of measurements that are required to try to understand success and failure. But fundamentally, we have to be thinking more about the consumer or the enterprise or the machine that's interacting with these networks. So I believe we need to redefine how we measure and understand connected experiences. So we're going to improve network quality, accessibility, and the consumer-to-engagement infrastructure. And consumer-to-engagement infrastructure may be a new phrase. Hopefully, if you'll walk away with one thing today, from me, you'll walk away with that. So why does it matter? So we need to create more networks that are responsible to the users. I would also argue that we need to redefine what a network is or what networks are. You know, many of us, and myself included, tend to silo networks, right? We've got the core, we've got the fiber, we have the radio network, we have the BSS and the OSS and all of the things that are connected to these networks. But I would argue that the network also includes the user, because they're the ones that are ultimately experiencing whether or not the network is satisfied. And so if we start to think about the actual use case or the user or the consumer as part of the network, I think we'll think about monitoring that experience and managing that relationship with the consumer in a different way. We should put people in the center of connectivity. Obviously, the more we know about what behaviors consumers, and again, I use the word consumers to include machines as well, right? Whatever it is that's interacting with the network, that will help catalyze new use cases and unlock new revenue sources for the providers of all of this infrastructure. So, as we think about this moving forward, we should focus on 3 areas, 2 of which are going to be obvious. So we have the network infrastructure itself, which we're all working hard to improve. And I'm working hard to help everyone understand, measure, understand, and improve these networks. We have to enhance the user experience or the consumer experience, and we need to improve the communication engagement pathways. Now, what I mean by that is, just like you may have inside of a network monitoring capabilities that know when to throw alarms and know when the problem is solved, we need to treat the actual users of these networks with the same type of focus and emphasis. So we have a suite of capabilities whereby you can bring to bear all of the network monitoring, QoS and QoE measurement capabilities, okay, surfaced through clever data visualization and insights outputs that we provide our clients. But the key thing is making the information actionable to those who are trying to use the network and those who are trying to manage the network. And so closing the loop is ensuring that the CSPs out there and the application service providers out there are communicating clearly back to the user what the state of the network is at that time. And I'll give you one example. So we have experiences that an operator that deploys these types of communication channels, okay, that A, has the sophistication to know what's happening from the user's perspective, and B, has established these communication pathways. You establish the communication pathway by simply alerting the user that there is an outage, whether it be planned or unplanned. Straightforward enough, right? Do you want to stay involved in this dialogue, asking the consumer? Yes, I would like to understand when the network comes back up. And time again, for CSPs that actually take the time, effort, and energy to put into communicating transparently with their customers, Net Promoter Scores and CSAT scores go up after the outage. The network falls over, you communicate that network outage well with your consumer, and they think higher of you after the network fails briefly. And that's the kind of effort and initiative that I want us to put forward as a redefinition of how we measure and manage consumer experiences, because I know that it works, and it is a vital part of ensuring that we migrate from this speed-centric view of whether we're being successful to a consumer-centric view of whether we're being successful. And once we do that, we'll ensure that these benefits are shared across the entire telecommunications marketplace. All of our respective profitability and revenue will go up, the consumer experience will go up, and we'll all be more successful, ensuring that more people have access to better networks. And with that, I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Chip, and a really important message there about redefining and coalescing around the concept of experiences. I was also particularly struck by the kind of the guiding principle that Chip shared of, I think that the quote was, equality of availability plus equality of experiences is how we will achieve connectivity's promise in all the many ways that we measure that promise. And to continue the theme of what's next for broadband and how to optimize that potential, I'm delighted to welcome on stage VP of Marketing and Innovation of Fixed Networks at Nokia, Stefaan Vanhastel.
So, good afternoon. So what's next in broadband? 20 years ago, the answer would have been really simple: more speed. So for the next 14 minutes, I'm going to explore whether that's still the right answer, or if there are other opportunities and challenges that lie ahead of us. Let's start with speed. So good news is, speed does still matter. And one of the very simple reasons for this is that people do not want to wait. People don't want to see a progress bar going from 17% to 18%. They don't want to see a spinning wheel of death whenever YouTube decides to start buffering your next cat video. So people and consumers actually get used, or effectively get used to the fact that they no longer have to wait when they're on faster broadband speeds. But waiting is also bad for business. If you're a content creator or an influencer on TikTok, or an e-commerce company that's selling goods on an e-commerce platform, you know that making your consumers or your readers wait is not a good idea. What this graph shows is the bounce rate for websites. It basically shows that how many people quit or give up if you make them wait longer than a certain period of time. And you can see that once you make people wait more than 4 or 5 seconds to see the content that they want to see, they just give up. They go somewhere else. And clearly, that's not good for business. So I also saw an interesting statistic from Forbes magazine. That confirms this. They basically researched and came to the conclusion that back in 2000, the attention span of the average human being was 12 seconds. And you know where I'm going next. Today, that has dropped to 8 seconds. And just in case you're curious, and I know you're curious, a goldfish is 9 seconds. So human impatience is absolutely still a killer app and a driver for higher speeds. In case you're not convinced, let's take another angle. As Dr. Li Jun already explained, everything is moving to the cloud. Our content is moving to the cloud. Our applications are moving to the cloud. And if we're moving everything to the cloud, we better make sure that that content, those applications, are as responsive or as interactive as if they are running on your local PC, on your local hard drive. So basically, we need to make the cloud as fast as your local hard drive. How fast is that? This chart plots the interface speeds of about 40 generations of hard disk technology, all the way back from the parallel ATA hard drives over the serial ATA hard drives to solid-state devices to non-volatile memory today. Even a third-generation serial ATA device back in the 2000s or 2010 already had an interface speed of 6 gigabits per second. Today, with non-volatile memory, we're in the tens of gigabits per second. So we need to make sure that our networks can match these speeds. So if speed is still king, will it last? This is a graph that I generated on Google Trends. If you're not familiar with Google Trends, it's a service that Google offers that allows you to plot over time the interest from the global population in certain search terms. So I tried speed test from 2016 all the way to today, and you can see that back in 2020, when the pandemic hit, there was a huge surge in speed test. People suddenly, we all know this, people suddenly got very worried about speed and their broadband connection. They started running speed test. I guess that was really good business for Chip from Ookla. But the good thing is that it hasn't dropped down since, right? It continues to increase, not steeply, but it continues to increase. So people are still worried about speed, and it's still a decision factor for them. So that's encouraging. It's also the reason why operators around the world have built broadband infrastructure to match this need for speed. Today, more than 450 operators are offering a gigabit service. More than 90 operators are offering a multi-gigabit service. We see 1 gig speeds, 2 gig, 4 gig, 5 gig, 8 gig, 10 gig. We even see the first residential broadband offers based on 25 gig technology. So if you look at this, then clearly, speed is still good. It works as a marketing weapon. Consumers are willing to pay for it. Maybe not double or triple, but they're willing to pay a couple of bucks more. And it goes straight to the bottom line. So this is really good. But at the same time, it seems prudent that we start looking beyond speed. There might be a certain point in time where consumers stop caring about speed. And maybe that's when everybody has 1 gigabit per second. Maybe it's when everybody has 10 gigabits per second, maybe 20 or maybe 50 gigabits per second. So the big question is, what else is there? What else can we monetize besides speed? And luckily, there are two good paths available to us. One is more straightforward than the other, and I'm going to start with that one. First one is, okay, since broadband networks have evolved so much in speed, and XGS-PON is now almost the default technology, certainly in areas like North America, but also becoming the default technology globally. Fiber-to-the-home networks are actually evolving from a residential broadband network to a fiber infrastructure that passes every street, that passes every building. And yes, it's been designed to connect residential users, but with the current speeds, you can use that same infrastructure, that same network, to connect anything else. You can connect businesses, you can connect university campuses, you can connect hospitals, wireless cells, you can connect smart city infrastructure, you can connect Industry 4.0. So this is a really interesting idea that is starting to grab hold. It's not just a fiber-to-the-home network, or we're moving away from fiber to the home to fiber for everything. The really interesting part is that this leverages your existing infrastructure. We all know that building out fiber infrastructure is costly and time-consuming, but once it's there, it's actually going to last for generations. Right? You can keep upgrading the speed. We started at GPON, we went to XGS-PON, we're at 25 gig PON today. 50 gig PON is around the corner, we're working on 100 gig PON, and even beyond. So you can keep upgrading that infrastructure to meet future speeds, and you can address non-residential applications. It's good for the business case in two ways. Number one, typically it makes for a better business case for whatever application you're trying to cover, right? If you can use an existing network to connect wireless cells, if you can use an existing network to connect businesses, it's going to be cheaper than building a separate network. Typically, TCO can be 50% lower. But the business case also works in the other direction. If you can add more revenue streams on your existing network, it means that the cost per subscriber on your fiber to the home network just went down, and you get a better business case and a better return on investment on your fiber to the home deployment. The good news is also that these are a type of customers, a type of users that, yes, they care about speed, but we have that covered, right? Remember, 10 gig, 25 gig, 50 gig, 100 gig. But these are also a type of users that care about other attributes. They care about latency, they care about jitter, they have critical business processes running in the cloud. They care about reliability. So it is easier to explain to this type of customers that it's not just about speed, it's about other aspects of the broadband connection. So there is an opportunity here to monetize that. Less trivial is looking at residential subscribers. And you could, you could try to explain to residential users that they should care about latency, they should care about jitter. Some of them will get it, especially if you're a gamer. Care about reliability. But in general, it's not going to be easy. It's also not going to be easy to convince them to pay for these attributes, especially if they don't really get them. In general, extracting additional ARPU from residential users is not an easy thing. There's good news, people are willing to pay. The bad news is, okay, they're willing to pay $50 for 50 megabits per second, for 100 megabits per second, $50, for a gigabit per second, $50. So it's not easy to extract that additional revenue from consumers. However, those same users are actually quite happy to spend money on other things. For example, if you're a casual gamer, you might not like it if your broadband bill gets increased, but you're perfectly happy to pay a couple of bucks for an in-game purchase to maybe get a better sword, so you have a higher chance of winning your game or being successful at whatever mission you're trying to accomplish in that game. So you could think of a number of scenarios where maybe the revenue stream from residential users doesn't come from the actual end user, but comes from other parties. For example, if you're a gaming provider, and people are paying you $10 a month to get access to your gaming server, wouldn't you be interested to pay a fraction of that, maybe half a buck or $1, to a telecom operator to ensure that everyone who is playing that game gets a fantastic experience, but also gets the exact same latency? Because then you can market that you're offering a completely level gaming environment. If you play this game, you're not going to lose because somebody else has a better latency. You're going to lose because you're absolutely bad at it. But as a consumer, that has value for a consumer, right? Knowing that you're going to play a game and you have the exact same chance as somebody else playing that game. If you're a virtual event organizer, for example, you're organizing a virtual reality U2 concert, wouldn't you be willing to pay a few bucks to make sure that during the 3 hours of this virtual reality event, that everyone who's paying $100 or more to attend that U2 concert, that they actually get a fantastic experience? Or if you're a company, you have employees working from home, wouldn't you be willing to pay a few bucks a month just to make sure that all your employees, while they are working from home, get a really good Teams connection when they're talking to customers and they're trying to make a sale? So there are a number of revenue streams that seem to make perfect sense, at least to me, where other parties could be willing to pay for certain attributes of a broadband connection, of a broadband slice. And of course, I realize that this one isn't easy. This is actually this represents a fundamental shift in thinking of our industry. But this is actually a really interesting opportunity for us. So to conclude, absolutely we need to continue to increase the speeds to our subscribers, to bridge the digital divide, to connect more people. And that's a really important part of the mission of the World Broadband Association. But we're also going to make sure that we are ready for whatever opportunity comes next. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefaan. And one of the questions that is discussed a lot within the World Broadband Association is how to best leverage existing infrastructure investments. So thank you for introducing us to the concept of fiber for everything, which certainly enables that, and also for continuing the conversation around the need for excellence in experience, particularly now as the world is moving to bandwidth-hungry applications, going from advanced 4K videos to high-quality 8K, and then to AR and XR. And to help us now to examine a little bit closely about what those demands and those increased demands mean for broadband networks in the future, on behalf of both bandarlog.dev, of which she is the CEO, and the Metaverse Standards Forum, which is a World Broadband Association partner, I'd like to welcome on stage Poonam Parihar.
Hello, everyone. I'm really glad to be here. And thank you, WBBA, for inviting me here, and especially the Metaverse Standard Forum for, on behalf of whom I am presenting this. Okay, I think I missed that part. So Metaverse Standard Forum actually is a non-profit consortium of over 2,500 members who, one of the companies is mine as well, and what we are trying to do here is it's not a standards organization, but what it exactly does is to bring different companies together and ensure that the interoperability is there when it comes to working on the metaverse side. So this is the company. Okay, so the Metaverse Standard Forum, and I think, I missed some part here. Sorry about that. So basically, what we are trying to discuss here is actually that how the metaverse will evolve with the future, and especially in terms of broadband. So let me go to the slide. I think, I missed this slide. So what bandarlog.dev is a little bit introduction I'll give about my own company. And what we are trying to do is a early stage startup. We are basically focusing on AI and automation for the SMEs. And these SMEs are really into, say, for example, very key strategy factors, such as, say, creative industries or construction. And these industries have very outdated infrastructure. They don't have, the skills and, you can say, the investment to develop their updated infrastructure. So they are struggling to reach to 5G goals or any business need that they have. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to, use AI, intelligent network automation, to work on their existing infrastructure, update it, and reach their goal to 5G side. Now, how the metaverse and bandarlog correlated? We are working together as a member. I work in creative industries. So anything that is user-related use cases, we are looking into metaverse and, trying to work in domain group to, see how the applications are working, what expertise is needed, what domain, group expertise from the other side. Let's say, for example, we have multiple companies working together, right? So we set up the domain groups, and we have one project going on to the other project, and we look at what demands foundation technologies could be there. So it's very exploratory because, see, here, this is where the confusion comes in. So metaverse is is not exactly an entity. And when we talk about metaverse, it could be consumer, which is very prominent right now. Then there is, of course, the industrial and enterprise metaverse. So what metaverse is bringing is diverse set of technologies, say AR, VR, and GPU, and the XR, the Web3, and everything. So when we work in these technologies and trying to ensure the interoperability, trying to ensure the standards, what we are trying to do is we bring the domain groups together and interaction, how the projects are working and things like that. Now, this case study which I brought here is part of two different case studies. One is the metaverse extended from latest observations, plus the other one is from the WEF, World Economic Forum. And what we have identified as the foundation technologies and capabilities for metaverse, which is together with any sort of how the future would be, we obviously don't know right now, but how it is evolving from the consumer to the enterprise side. These are some of the foundation technologies that we have identified for the expansion of metaverse. For example, there is extended reality, there is artificial intelligence, of course, there's blockchain. And blockchain, I would specifically point out in terms of network of networks as well, because if you're looking at, say, building, you have multiple broadband networks or mobile networks or 5G networks, and you're trying to build something, some service kind of networks, you are using blockchain for, say, connectivity and trying to set a layer that can provide the security, and you can use that service as network of network service. Of course, there's digital twin, and digital twin, when it comes to digital twin, we have industrial use cases. Of course, all of our industrial automation is partially or somewhere connected with this digital twin. But digital twin is not exactly not just industrial. Whenever we are talking about a process, or we are talking about the people, or we are talking about the play of the people, it can always merge. All these definitions can merge into digital twin. You have the physical entity, you have the physical, some object that is existing, and if you're looking into moving it to the virtual side, that's pretty much is the digital twin. Let's go to the next slide here. So some of the cases, the consumer use cases that we have identified so far are, one of the cases I would specifically like to find, probably is the e-learning case. And this is specifically important because when we are looking at the e-learning and AR, VR, evolution of AR and VR, it's not just about gaming, it's just not about the seamless experiencing of entertainment. There's some cases that are specifically, when we are looking forward to how the universities would look like, how would the classroom would look like. This is going to be one of the very important use cases in the future. We have some more use cases like real-time multi-user gaming and socialization. We have augmented reality, of course. Here are the enterprise photo metaverse use cases. So again, as I pointed out, the digital twin, and let's look at the visual sport league. I think it's an important example that I wanted to highlight here. When we are looking at the experience, I think Chip was talking about earlier that how the speed or the need for speed has new definition, and that new definition is experience. So when we are looking at, if you're looking from the demand side, nobody's asking that, we need 10 gig or we need 100 gig or 8 gig. They are looking at experience, which is a seamless experience. It should be like, my connection should not be dropped, right? So in these scenarios or these use cases, which is a very small set of what we will likely look into the future, is one of, I think, the experience that will be categorized as personal experience would be the visual sports leagues, where companies can come in and they, the media companies, they can see how they can actually provide the personal experience to the users or to the consumers through metaverse applications and services. We will drive growth and adoption of the metaverse. Who would, what is exactly it is. So ownership is, I would come to I think the first thing we'll talk about is the ownership. And why I say ownership is important here. I'm not exactly going through the ownership of consumer, the NFT and NFP. There is this new word which is called NFP, that, which is about the people, natural funding token to natural funding people. And what we are looking at is the combination of all this creative economy, the creation that this economy is producing, and who is, who's using what, where exactly this data or this application or the content is supplied and produced to each other. So it's very difficult to actually look into this right now, saying like everybody's producing content, but who has the ownership? So we need some sort of a standardization for that, which is, again, we go to the government standard and regulations. And when it comes to looking into the standardization, again, we don't know if the data, if the application, who's using it, that person, the content creator, is going to be the owner of it, or is the company or the broadband service provider. So it needs to have some sort of a seamless layer over all this, the content which the creator economy is producing. And this is something which we need to regularly look at. Of course, hardware infrastructure, computing power. One thing which is important here is called the metaverse ready network. If I just look at the entire slide and pick up one thing which is connected to broadband, would be the metaverse ready networks. Now, this is, and I moved out a little quickly, but I think I'll go back to the slide later. This is the metaverse potential market opportunity worldwide. Why are we looking at the metaverse ready network? This is the graphical representation. We have how from 2022 to 2023 this metaverse network is growing. The rare, like the speed, the need for speed. The speed is with what these applications are growing, the content is growing, and how this whole entire universe or we can call the metaverse is growing. It's not something that we can estimate right now. So if we look at this is the projected growth right now for the metaverse. And if you look at the market growth in 2028, it looks like something like 936.57. And if we look at the spend of people, how much time they are spending, the consumer, and this data specifically is just for the consumer. I would again iterate, we have no idea how it will grow to industrial side, but for the time being, if we look at just the metaverse of consumers, this is 25%. Right now, I think, and this is how it looked like in 2025, 2026, I think. So that's the data. What will make networks metaverse ready? So metaverse ready network, when we talk about the metaverse ready network, broadband is the backbone of any service that we are providing to the consumer. So if we are looking at metaverse from the consumer point of view right now, and not even going towards the industrial side, which is one big, huge, it'll make a huge impact forward. But if we look at the consumer economy, if we look at the creator economy, who reaches the consumer? It's the broadband, right? So the broadband provides what, if anything that consumer wants to do, anything that the creator wants to do, they want to create, they need speed for it, they need the bandwidth for it. And if broadband is not there, they cannot do it. So I think when we look at the demand side, it's more or less, it's saying that we want to provide the personal experience, and that experience cannot happen without infrastructure. And infrastructure is broadband. So if you're looking at topology, now I think why I added new infrastructure topology here is because the design is actually really, really important. We have the infrastructure. It's not that we don't have the infrastructure, and we are using the VR, AR applications. There is a huge growth going on in the metaverse area. But is that sufficient? Is it OK to sustain whatever applications we have right now and what applications will be having in, say, 2020, 30. So infrastructure update is important. What infrastructure we have, we need to add design and sustainability to that infrastructure, meaning it's important to figure out what kind of infrastructure we need to actually support these applications. So it's not about just saying that, let's say we add the speed here, and now we have the bandwidth to support any application. Rather, we need to look into the infrastructure in a way that foundation technologies all are supported, and it's all done in a sustainable manner. Okay, this was one of the interesting find. What I think I was looking at this Statista to look for a lot of metaverse, how metaverse is growing, what certain applications, let's say for AR, from 2022 or 2023 to 2030, how it's going to look like, where exactly the market growth is, in which area, whether it's the enterprise area or it's the consumer electronics, things like that. So when I was looking at this Statista, one of the gem which I found was this one. And this is a study done in 2020. So 2020 study, and if you can look at the details at the bottom, it says something like that. And we are actually talking about automation and broadband. So this study was about the investment, where we should be investing our money. And that was done in 2020. 2020, we were looking at 5G. I think it's probably pre-COVID or right just before COVID. And I think we went by the plan. So we invest a lot of money in 5G. And look at the broadband. Broadband is at the bottom. Automation is almost at the bottom. We have these sustainability. So I wanted to highlight one of the most important things that when we are looking at metaverse or what the internet would look like and what the applications would look like in the future, 5 years down the line or 10 years down the line. When we are investing, we need to see the entire whole, the vision has to have all these foundation technologies as well as what we have built so far and what we need to do to cover up for the losses we have, which is basically saying, if we are looking at broadband, how much we have invested in broadband, how much we need to invest in right now to actually make the infrastructure capable and interoperable with even advanced 5G. So it's not a race. Okay, like you have spent so much money on 5G, don't spend much money on 5G anymore. Spend in broadband. But rather, what we are saying is we continue to work on advancing 5G. We continue to work on 6G architecture, which is AI integrated, I would say intelligent network. But at the same time, we need to invest on some of these things at the bottom, change our mind shift and say, we need to work on this one. So I think these are some of the points I actually cannot see, so I'll just go here. Global and open standards within the network infrastructure, we have spoken about it. We need to make all these applications which we are running in different technologies, if they are connecting together, we need to make sure that there are some standards for all these, so everybody can use it. The sustainable policies, I think the sustainability should be from the design on, means the foundation of the network. So we are not looking at clean tech or green tech after we have built the network, but before we are actually, installing our foundation or installing the broadband network, say, building our infrastructure, we need to look into design and what we can add to make it energy efficient. Using network automation and AI is a strategy, so this should be a strategy, obviously. It shouldn't be taken as something that can speed up the process or accelerate the process, rather than something that is to be integrated within beforehand to make sure that we have a very, very intelligent network uphand to support any challenges like, for example, the metaverse that comes in. Or collaboration, obviously, we have made so many points today about collaboration between the vendors, between different organizations to come together and work on these things, because I think this is not one road that can be traveled alone. So conclusion is, metaverse, I am not defining metaverse because there's no exactly definition. It's not a single entity. It's, there are a lot of components in it, whether it's a social interaction or deep immersive experiences. Everything together makes the metaverse. But right now, the impression, I think, it's more on the consumer side of it, so the creator side that we are looking into. So what we need to do is we need to see that there is something upcoming, which is the industrial, as well as the enterprise, which will probably be bigger, even bigger than what we are expecting right now, which is the creator metaverse. So we need to make sure that our infrastructure and we itself are ready for something like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Poonam, and thank you for clearing up some of the uncertainty about what the metaverse is and what it isn't. And the World Broadband Association looks forward to its continued partnership with the Metaverse Standards Forum. We've been hearing and discussing a lot today about the digital divide, what it is, why it's important to close that divide, and what are the benefits of doing so. But how do we better understand the scale, nature, and state of digital inequalities? How can we identify who is leading the way in addressing the closing of that digital gap? And how do we understand what the industry leaders are doing to achieve best-in-class development? These are just some of the questions that the World Broadband Association has been asking and debating over the last couple of months, and seeking to answer through its first annual Broadband and Cloud Development Index, which is being launched today.
WBBA's mission is to foster socioeconomic transformation by enhancing our understanding of the digital divide's current state. Bridging the digital divide has never held greater significance. The broadband-powered internet has revolutionized the way we work, live, and interact socially. In the forthcoming decade, we anticipate the broadband-powered internet to bring even greater value and opportunities. Therefore, we must adopt a more detailed perspective on connectivity, considering the quality of the experience for both broadband and cloud computing. Today, WBBA will release its first flagship research report, including the Broadband and Cloud Development Index, which is a benchmarking tool designed to monitor a country's progress in both broadband and cloud computing networks. Our research encompasses 21 countries across 5 continents, collectively representing more than half of the world's population and over 3/4 of global GDP. This index offers insights into a country's potential to bridge the digital divide and harness the expanding opportunities of the internet economy. The findings of this index can serve as a valuable guide for shaping a country's investment strategy and development direction in the realm of broadband and cloud networks. Now, we invite the members of the Board of Directors, Chair of Oversight Committee, and the Secretariat to the stage to witness the release of the first flagship report.
So if I could ask those board members to make their way onto the stage, please. You will be able to find the index and the best practice guidebook online now. Please do refer to the QR codes that you have on your seats. You will be able to access all of our research, but most importantly, the research that's being launched today for the very first time. Thank you. Delighted to have the World Broadband Association Director General Martin Creaner on stage with me now, just for a few minutes of brief Q&A, just to share with you some of the headlines about what the Broadband and Cloud Development Index is and how we're encouraging the industry and our audience today to think about it and use it. I think I've used the phrase Broadband Development and Cloud Index a couple of times already now, Martin. What is it?
Yeah, well, I think that video did a very good job of explaining it, really. If you think about all of the presentations we heard today, many people put up, slides and ideas about broadband penetration in different countries and the levels of broadband penetration. And the reality is that what we found over the last year is that there's no consistent source of that information. Mm-hmm. And so the first thing we wanted to do was to create a consistent source that we will revisit year after year after year and become the reference point of how different countries are doing in terms of broadband penetration capability. But it's the broadband and cloud capability. And one of the things we came to a conclusion on very early on was that if you just look at connectivity in isolation, it doesn't tell the full story. And really what you need to see is a country's development in cloud, in broadband connectivity and also in cloud. And so it's both aspects of that. I suppose the other aspect is it covers 21 countries. There's a lot of countries in the world, but it does just cover 21 countries. And there's good reasons for that. First of all, the 21 countries that are covered do represent, half of the world's population, 3/4 of the world's GDP. But it was also the countries that we had access to good quality information in a consistent structure and consistent format. But I think as we go through future generations of this, we'll be bringing it up to adding in additional countries and refreshing the countries that are already there.
So there's an opportunity, in fact, for our audience to participate and to share their feedback and data with us for future iterations of the index.
No, absolutely. And I've already had a number of conversations over the last 2 days with different people raising this point and saying that information's available in our country as well. We'd like to add that to the next generation of the Broadband and Cloud Development Index. So yes, you're quite right.
Absolutely. Great. The paper is available as of right now, but in order to just maybe trail some of the key findings, what are the kind of the headline, what are some of the kind of the headline findings or recommendations that you draw people's attention to?
Yeah, well, I suppose it comes back to my point about the fact that we're looking at broadband and cloud. If you look at broadband in isolation, you get one set of results. If you look at broadband and cloud in tandem, it changes the way the results appear. I suppose the ones that come out on top are no surprise to anyone. The USA and China, countries like Korea and Japan. France is, I believe, the top European country, and I thought the presentation today from Gilles was very relevant to that. But I think when we built up this index, it's built off, I think, 25 metrics in total. And I think we weighted connectivity, 60% of the value and cloud 40% of the value, and there was lots of arguments over that. And it looks at not just what say in broadband's case, not just the speeds that are available in a country or the take-up in the country, but it also looks at what we call potential. Mm-hmm. And potential is really a measure of how much growth is available in that country. And there's a lot of academic studies about how to calculate potentials for growth and so on. So all of that's been included. And we've done something similar on the cloud front as well. Different metrics, of course. It's looking at the overall storage take-up or cloud take-up or PaaS or SaaS take-up. Mm-hmm. But again, it tries to measure potential as well in those countries. And when you put those together and you add relevant weightings to each of the metrics, you end up with a list. And it's not so much about who's on top and who's at the bottom. Really, I think it's what's going to be interesting is how this list evolves year on year on year. Because if you're at the top, you've kind of got nowhere to go. You can only go down. But there's a lot of countries who are already doing very interesting levels of investment, and we're going to see them year on year shooting up. I think there was mentions of countries like Kenya in one of the very interesting presentations this afternoon. But we will, as we add these countries to this list and we start seeing how they're improving year on year on year, that's when I think we'll be getting some very interesting insights.
Very good. So we've got 21 countries, we've got 25 plus metrics, we've got a complex system of weightings. The index and its analysis is there to address that misconception that access alone is enough. Bringing all that together, who is this report for? Who should be poring over these findings?
Well, I think all the stakeholders in the industry really. I mean, certainly, the governments, the regulators will look at their particular country and wonder why we're number 11 or number 20 or number 4 on a list, and that gets tied to national broadband strategies and so on. And I think the addition of broadband and cloud together will make people sit up and think, are we investing appropriately and broadly enough? I think for operators in countries, it's again a very interesting metric for them to look at, because in some countries, and we had a great presentation from China Telecom about the fabulous broadband, but also cloud infrastructure, and are pushing from both directions. Other operators are investing in broadband, but maybe not as strongly in cloud, and they'll start seeing, is there partnerships that are required, or is it brand new investment? For investors and the investment community, we'll look at this and be able to translate it from the opposite end of the scale and start looking at, well, where are the opportunities? Particularly in terms of the calculations of potential and so on in different countries. So I think there's something in there for many different stakeholders in the whole ecosystem.
Wonderful. Thank you, Martin. We're going to leave it there because I know that we are running up against time. But again, a reminder that the brand new Broadband and Cloud Development Index is launched as of today. You can access that online via the World Broadband Association website. Thank you, Martin. If I can ask you to stay there, because we're now going to move on to our panel discussion.
Brilliant.
So if I can, I'll just move some space so that the other chairs can be brought on here. Our panel is going to discuss together here how stakeholders can better work together to ensure broadband excellence and availability, and partnerships, co-creation, innovation has been one of the key themes of all of today's discussions. And to bring some of those threads together, I'd like to welcome on stage JB Rousselot, CEO from Chorus, Daniel Tang, CTO of the Datacom product line at Huawei, and Oliver Bradley, Senior Managing Director, Digital Infrastructure Investing at Macquarie Capital.
Hey, Oliver. Folks, thank you for making time to discuss this. I suppose what we want to do in this panel session is try and pull together a lot of the ideas and thinkings over the last 3 or 4 hours. JB, maybe I'll kick off with you, and really just trying to understand from an operator perspective, what are the biggest challenges in making progress on broadband? And you've done obviously great work in New Zealand with Chorus, but what are the biggest challenges you're facing?
Yeah, and first of all, the perspective I'll share is one of a wholesale-only operator. So, a retailer would probably have a different perspective on it. But I'd say the first big challenge for us is to keep up, to anticipate, and even in some cases to drive demand for higher bandwidth. What we do there is work with the RSPs, so our key stakeholders in that are the retail service providers. We've got 90% of our customers are on 300 megabits per second and beyond. 25% are on 1 gig. Last year, we upgraded all the customers that were 100 megabits per second to 300 megabits per second with no price increase. And we communicated that publicly so that the retail service provider had to pass it through to their customers with no increase. So that's the things that we're doing. In terms of anticipating demand, we're rolling out XGS-PON, and there I would say the biggest stakeholders would be the vendors of equipment, so that we can do so at a reasonable price, and we don't invest ahead of being able to generate additional revenues from that. And then the driving one is an interesting one for us, because ultimately we need to create the need for those higher speeds. And so the stakeholders there would be the video providers, because ultimately that is still the biggest driver of data traffic. So, we work with Sky TV in New Zealand, with the TV stations, etc., because the more content they put on 4G and 4K is good for us, and it drives demand. So that would be the first one. Second one is, we're at 87% penetration in New Zealand, so that's great. But the last 13% is expensive, and it's hard to make money out of it. So the payback times are longer, the returns are smaller. So again, working with stakeholders like vendors to make sure that build is done with an architecture that's not too expensive, but also working with governments, because ultimately there will be a need for government funding to help us bridge that digital divide and fund that last 13%. And then for us as a regulated entity, we work very closely with the regulator, another key stakeholder for us, to make sure that we're allowed to earn a decent return on the investments that we've made. So that would be my second one. Third one is, we're operating in a high CPI environment, so that puts pressure on our costs. And so we try to limit those by working closely with our suppliers. But it also put pressure on the end users and their propensity to spend more money for bigger broadband. What we've seen for the first time, we felt the need to introduce an entry-level price. So we had started with 100, we went to 1 gig, then we went to XGS-PON. This year, we actually introduced a 50 megabits per second entry-level price, because that's what was needed in the market. So that's a really important thing in terms of dealing with that CPI environment. And then last one for us is competition, because even though we are a regulated, supposedly monopoly provider, in fact, our 3 largest customers are the 3 mobile network operators in New Zealand, and they're trying to push fixed wireless. So New Zealand is this weird country where we have 87% fiber coverage, more than 70% take-up, and yet we are in one of the top 5 countries in terms of fixed wireless penetration. So we compete with fixed wireless. And then we also compete with low Earth orbit satellite on our copper services. But that's a competition that we're okay with, because while in the short term it's losing customers to this, longer term this is what will enable us to turn off the copper network. So those would be the top 4, I would say, and the key stakeholders that we have to work with to get there.
It was just interesting when Orange was presenting there a couple of hours ago, one of the opening statements was, regulation in Europe is broken, right? And would you, obviously I'm not going to put you on the spot, but I am a little bit, right? Would you, you're saying you need help from regulation. Is it broken, or does it just need a little tweak? Does it need a kickstart?
Oh, listen, I think when you look at the success of the UFB program, the policy of government funding for pushing fiber to 87% of New Zealand, which was started 10 years ago, was quite visionary. So you can't, blame them for that. The ability for us to now earn a return on that investment is one that has some tension with the regulator. And the other thing that we're quite aligned with the regulator is making sure that there is transparency. Because as I say, we compete with fixed wireless, but we want customers to know exactly what they'll get with whatever technology they are being pushed for by retail service providers. So if fixed wireless is going to work for them, great, but let them know and understand what they get. So I'm publicly in the New Zealand market saying, there is no such thing as fiber-like. You're either on fiber or you're not. And if you're not, you'll know.
Okay, very good. I'll take the pressure off and we'll talk to Daniel for a second. Daniel, you've got different perspective because your Huawei is in 100 different countries or so, and so you see the different problems in every country, but you also see excellence in multiple countries. Can you talk a bit about excellence from your perspective, what you see as excellent in terms of broadband delivery and so on?
Well, I think great work has been done by Chorus and other people to deliver wide area network connectivity, especially fiber to the premises to all the homes. But recently, I think there is significant progress to deliver better customer experience by a lot of innovation inside the houses. So I think now we're extending the innovation from the WAN network side to also to the what we call the home network, or for enterprise, the local area network side. The reason being that in order to deliver superior customer experience, we need to worry not only the WAN section, but also inside the house. For example, in Thailand, we have a very innovative telco customer. In the past, they have been suffering from pure connectivity-based competition. So the average price has actually decreased from roughly 800 baht down to 600, and it's getting even lower. But now they're offering fiber to the room kind of solution, delivering seamless roaming Wi-Fi experience for customers at almost every corner inside the apartment and houses. So now they actually have managed to grow their ARPU beyond 1,000 baht. I think this is one example that we can go the extra 100 meters or 10 meters in the home to actually boost the customer experience very significantly. Similarly, I think for SME customer market, one even more important demand is that every business needs a home CIO. So I'm the home CIO at my home. Sometimes even when I'm doing this kind of panel discussion, my wife would call, network is broken at home.
Your tech support.
I have the tech support.
So high priority interrupt.
Of course, I could not send bill to my wife, right? But as a telco, you could do that. So I think, when the digital adoption is getting more and more proliferated, every home, every business will need a home CIO or CIO as a service for the SME. So I think that's another significant growth opportunity for us. We have been working with some telco customers to provide what we call the AI-assisted managed service for SME customers to help them roll out wireless network, Wi-Fi 6, Wi-Fi 7, and also to deal with things like ransomware attack. So I think this kind of opportunity has helped this local customer in UAE to grow their B2B business significantly, especially targeting initially the SME customer, but now they're also getting into the banking industry as well. So I think these are the two very good examples we have seen that how we can monetize on top of the beautiful fiber to the home network, but also go to the extra 10 meters, 100 meters to get new growth opportunities.
And who pulls together that ecosystem? And because obviously some of those things you're talking about, like banking and so on, it's not all done just by the operator and by Huawei. There's a wider ecosystem of different players and so on. Or maybe you're inside a smart home, maybe there's gaming, applications or something like that. Who pulls together that ecosystem and how does it come together?
Normally, I think the connectivity layer is easier to handle. Typically, it's about Huawei, the vendor, and also telco companies. But they need to go a little bit extra effort, not only simply deliver the physical infrastructure, but also do a bit of a system integration effort. However, when we talk about more application synergy, more synergy between application and the network connectivity, there is a lot more effort that we need to work together. For example, recently there's been some discussion about network as a service kind of open API initiative. This will provide a easier to use network northbound interface for applications, for cloud service, for metaverse, to leverage the underlying network capability so that we can improve customer experience together. Last but not least, I think TMF is also very important here, because when we talk about AI-based CIO service, then I think we also need a lot of standardization and also education in that front.
Yeah, very good. Oliver, maybe I could come to you on this. I mean, we heard in one of the presentations earlier this afternoon that the broadband business is booming, right? Investment is highest it's ever been in the broadband, and particularly fiber broadband. And we've heard some examples, not just to the to the premises, but to the room and so on. How do you, as an investor, look at investment in broadband? And is your view changing compared to maybe how you looked at it 5 years ago, how you're looking at it today, where you think it's going?
Yeah, and I think it's definitely evolving. We say investment in broadband is booming. I think it was booming. I think I would say. I would say that actually the last year has been more challenging for investment. Now, part of that, and there are some regional differences, but part of that in Europe is there was a lot of investment got done, right? So there was so there's an element to which we are. There's a bit of digestion of that investment taking place. And some of that digestion, there's the macro headwinds that we're familiar with. Their interest rates have gone up. Capital is more expensive. There's less of it. 18 months ago, capital was free and there was loads of it. So that's obviously made a bit of a difference. A lot of that free capital did find its way into building broadband networks, in Europe, certainly. And I think that means that, as well as a lot of good businesses, important businesses getting funded, some not so good businesses got funded. And I think investors are more discerning now. I think they're more aware of execution challenges, that actually building networks in some cases, particularly rural areas, is quite hard. In other markets, like the UK is sort of littered with problems of this, is actually in more urban areas, building has been relatively successful. We've struggled in the UK to convince people to use fibre networks, to come off copper networks. So there's been a demand problem. We've got a little bit ahead of ourselves. So there's been a few so people are now looking back and saying, actually, this hasn't quite worked out as we were expecting. We still, I think, everyone in the investor community believes in the long-term suitability of infrastructure capital. These are infrastructure businesses that are going to be around for a long time. Don't cost a lot of money to run. They are a utility that we need. It's about how we get there. I think people are a little bit more cautious about the cost to build, the time to build, penetration curves, and I think people are there now really sort of focused on that and making sure that they're investing in the right businesses that have a right to exist. Ultimately, as an infrastructure investor, we want to invest for very long term. So we want to build assets that are going to be around for very long term, and that's.
And is there anything that jumps out at you when things that you're not seeing enough of in the dialogues you're having with the people who want to build out these networks and are looking for investment? What are the things that set you off?
So one thing that's quite interesting, actually, because I say Europe there's been a lot of investment, a lot of building, and I would say Europe's on a good path to most people in Europe during this decade having an ultra-fast or gigabit-capable network access to it, the vast majority. So America is in a different place, actually. In America, we're used to sort of being, leading in some of this stuff, and indeed they've probably led in data center investment, but fiber actually, there's less of it because it's been a cable-dominated market, very high ARPUs. People don't like their People don't like the cable. So what is kind of interesting is, as we sort of look over there, how do we get more fiber there? And actually then comes down to the wholesale model. One of the things that you don't see much of in America is wholesale. And actually, as an infrastructure investor, we like to be as far removed from competition or competitive dynamics and the end customer, frankly, as we can. There's nothing wrong with end customers. It's just, it's just much more operational complexity in handling it, particularly individuals as opposed to businesses. There's just much more operational complexity to it. We want simple. So we really like the wholesale model. And also, fiber networks lend themselves very well to it, because if you're an integrated telco building a network for yourself, you're only going to use a certain amount of it. You just got this wasted asset. You need to share it. So and sharing expensive assets is sort of where infrastructure investors really like it. So trying to sort of get people's head around, because I talked about this before, it's quite a lot, that different countries have different cultures of wholesaling. We've got a big investment in Spain in a wholesale platform called Omdia. There's a great wholesale culture in Spain. People wholesale off of each other. They're not just wholesaling off one incumbent. In the UK, quite a dominated wholesale market, but everyone wholesales is used to wholesaling off just the incumbent and aren't used to wholesaling off each other. Mm-hmm. And so when you try and build a challenger wholesaler there, which people are trying, quite successfully to do, but it's still quite difficult. Whereas the opportunity for us to build a challenger wholesaler in Spain was better, I think, because there was more of a wholesale culture. America doesn't have a wholesale culture at all, really, for these things. Because they just haven't done it. Cable's been about vertically integrated, own the pipes, own the content, own everything, own the customer, and don't share anything.
And do you think that's an opportunity in the
I think
States?
there is an opportunity, and you're seeing it already. You're seeing it already with a couple of initiatives, with a couple of the large national telecoms companies thinking, building a fiber network is expensive. I don't need all of it myself. And it sort of comes down to, how are you differentiating yourself? Because it used to be, I would differentiate myself on my network quality. That used to be the standard of the MNO. But the thing about fiber is, once it's in there isn't really any way to differentiate it. That's the good thing about it, right? And I sort of liken it to electric wires, right? I mean, with markets that have competitive electric markets, you're competing over service and price and stuff like that. When I want to switch between electricity suppliers, what I don't want to do is have someone do new wires into my home, because I just expect my wires to work. That's a given. When I turn on my light switch, when I turn on my oven, I just expect that to work. Yeah. That doesn't mean there can't be competition in the market. So that's sort of, I think, a bit of the sort of the mindset. You're not competing on network quality necessarily, which is a bit of the mindset shift. You have to think about what else you're competing on, what else you can bundle with your products, what other services you can provide, how else can you be relevant to your customer.
JB, do you find that, does this resonate with what you feel as well as a wholesaler?
Absolutely, because the thing that's amazing to me is that we all use the same technology, whether it's fiber, GPON, XGS-PON, fixed wireless, 5G, etc. Yet, depending on the historical behavior of the incumbent, depending on the regulator's perspective, depending on propensity of retail, wholesale, etc., we've ended up with completely different markets, different sharing of it. The model that I'm really challenged personally is the fact where, as a combination of all of those factors, you end up with overbuilding in fiber in urban areas, while nothing is done in rural areas. This is a failure of the industry, of the local regulator, etc. And when you get to a model where there's going to be 2 fiber connections in every home in cities, but there won't be money to spend to actually bring fibers into regional. So I totally echo the fact that we need to understand what the dynamics of the market is, what are the key players, the incumbents, the others, the challengers, etc. But ultimately, you need to come up with a policy and a regulation that encourages the spread of broadband as much as possible, and an open competition that still provides retail competition, but doesn't end up with 3 different fiber connections into every home.
Yeah, and I suppose it comes down to demand as well, and your projections of where the demand is going to be. We heard from the Westminster speaker, we heard from our metaverse speaker. The actual demand is, it's difficult to work out. Mm-hmm. And very often the supply is in the exact wrong place. It's not even that you're just being greedy and putting supply into places where demand will be. Yep. Regulation maybe forces you down the wrong direction sometimes as well.
And I'll say the other piece of regulation that I think as an industry we haven't yet really zeroed on is a policy, a time frame to get out of copper. Yeah. There's still so much discrepancy between countries, but ultimately this is a technology that now is getting to its sunset period, and it's something that will help monetize the investment in fiber, because the faster you can get customers on it, the better. And I think everybody in this room will agree that copper won't be there in the next 5-10 years.
Well, yeah, I know that we, again, in a conversation with different operators last night over dinner, they were talking about 2030, 2032 for copper switch off and so on. Daniel, with your kind of global view again and looking at all these different regions, are you seeing for example, copper switch off being a topic that people come to you about and saying, how can you help us get through this?
We actually have seen some, I would say, commercial-driven activity to actually dig out the copper infrastructure and sell it for money, because there are some points.
Macquarie can help you with that. We're doing quite a lot of that.
But I think right now, I think the fiber rollout to every house and every business is a one-time strategic investment that will benefit the next 10 years, 20 years, even 50 years. So we should not treat this only as a commercial-driven investment, but rather it's a long-term strategic investment that will benefit the whole society. It's just like we roll out the power grid. We roll out, water, electricity, gas pipe to every house. So that's why I see in some countries there's some activity to basically provide synergized effort. So when you roll out when you build the roads, roll out the fiber alongside roads. When you build new apartments, there should be fiber to every home when you turn the key to the home buyer. So I think this kind of activity is very important. It should be a principle. So that's why I would say that maybe we should also invite people from, the real estate industry or home building industry to also onboard our WBBA organization, because at least for now, I do see there's a lack of awareness that when a new house or new apartment is being handed over to the home buyer, it should have fiber, not only to every house, but also to every room. So I think this way we can make the business case more justifiable for this kind of fiber to the home.
And the sort of time frame that you look at, Oliver, you mentioned it's not a 10-year investment plan, it's a 50-year. Do you look at it as 50-year?
Yeah, absolutely. 40 years at least.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. Look, some of the copper we're now using was probably laid in some countries 100 years ago. So, this stuff lasts a long time. The thing about fiber is actually it is very resilient to technological change, because ultimately it's just a pipe to transmit light, and the smart equipment is relatively inexpensive part of the overall capex, and is part of the dual life cycle. So no, absolutely. When we do look, I mean, it's a bit, in one way it's a little bit theoretical to run a model for 40 years, but that is how we think about it. We are, there's no reason to think that a fiber network that we're putting in place now is going to stop working or be replaced in 15 years' time, because it doesn't make sense. Or however technology develops, fiber will still be, if a fiber is there, it's going to be the most efficient way to do it.
I know I'm under pressure on time, but I just want to grab one thing here from each of you, which is, we're at a WBBA event. What can the WBBA do? Maybe one thought. What the WBBA can do. You mentioned there, Daniel, I'll kick off with you, because you said bring retail, bring real estate into the room, because that's a big, and that's something I hadn't thought of. So, what can the WBBA do to move this industry forward?
Well, I would say have more collaboration between WBBA and associations of other vertical industries. So one side is about how to find a synergy between, I would say, the physical infrastructure builders. The other one, I would say, is about more the application integration. For example, right now, a lot of the application development is shifting toward IPv6 only. So I think in the long term, we also need to think about how we can accelerate the migration to IPv6, because I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but you know, the IETF, the standard body for all the internet protocol standards, have already announced they will no longer develop standards to support IPv4. In the future, all the new standard activity for the internet will be IPv6 only. So that means if we still have a lot of legacy network and legacy terminals applications based on IPv4, it will become even a bigger, I would say, technology debt that we have to pay in the future. So I think one is with the physical layer, but the other one is with the computing industry, software industry, how to accelerate the IPv6 acceleration at the same time.
Very good. Gentlemen, another thought? Have you got one, Oliver? Or JP?
Oh, you go ahead, Ollie.
No, echoing earlier comments, I think actually one of the real challenges in a lot of markets now is demand and what we can do to help articulate the benefits of fiber, because speed doesn't really work as a sales point, as we find in a lot of markets, right? People, because you get a reaction you often get is, well, my internet's fast enough, or without really understanding the other benefits of fiber around it, sort of its green credentials, but also its reliability and symmetry and the other benefits. I think in certain markets, at least, we've been too quick to sort of talk about the benefits of fiber in terms of speed and not sell the other benefits. And I think we're sort of suffering a little bit, in convincing people to come onto our networks, which is important if we, to justify the capital we're putting in.
Yeah, go beyond speed. Quite agree.
Mine I mentioned earlier is I think if the industry, WBBA, but other bodies actually got behind a set date to get out of copper, it would suddenly make a hell of a lot more sense to invest in fiber. It would force regulators to create mechanism where we actually bring fiber further and deeper. So, creating this kind of milestone that says, hey guys, there's a sunset clause. We did it for analog TV. At some point, the world agreed. At some point, digital TV is going to take over. Analog TV is going to be turned off. I think we're at that point with copper.
Get the copper out of the ground, give it to the
cars as well. We do with petrol cars as well.
Sure, exactly.
So I mean, and actually all of those are really interesting. And I think some of them that you mentioned there, like IPv6, the WBBA is now working very closely with the IPv6 forum for exactly the reason you mentioned. I've never thought about the real estate one. The investment criteria, absolutely. WBBA is building this thing called the Broadband Investment Guidebook, which is taking into account some of the thoughts you've mentioned there, but probably not all of them. We haven't touched yet on the copper.
I know it's not as exciting,
but it's great.
It's not new stuff, but it would be a massive
that is
thing.
Raised again and again, and there's a lot of money in it as well for because copper is scarce. It's valuable. So there's lots of things. I'm going to draw this to a close, everyone. I'd like a big round of applause for our panelists. I think it was a really interesting panel discussion.
Okay. Well done, Nick. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Oliver. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, JB. I'm just going to invite Martin just to stay with us and maybe just share a few closing remarks before we adjourn and close today's first Broadband Development Congress. Martin.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you. I suppose just a very final few words. We're well over our time, and so apologies for that. But I think you'll forgive us because I felt the quality of the presentations today was absolutely excellent. We touched on such a broad range of interesting topics, but all around the core of the challenge that we're facing in the broadband industry. When we put this event together, we thought we wanted speakers from operators, speakers from suppliers, we wanted regulators in the room, we wanted the metaverse and demand side in the room, we wanted people from different regions in the world, we wanted the NGOs and the non-profits like ITUT or World Economic Forum in the room. And I think ultimately we achieved that. And we've given a very broad view of the direction and the challenges we're facing. I hope everybody had something to take away from this event and that you will contribute it back into the WBBA activities, either in a direct message to me or an email to me or getting involved in one of the working teams. If your company is not yet a member of the WBBA, feel free to contact us and join us. What we want to become is the single voice for how we deal with fixed broadband across the world. And everybody who contributes to us makes us stronger. So thank you very much for your time today. Hopefully we'll see you all in the networking event, which is in an hour or two, and we can have a more casual conversation about some of the topics we've delved into today. So thank you very much, and I draw the conference to a close.